That reminds me, I gotta log into some games to get my rewards.
Ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy.
Stop cheating, please. Thank you.
Feels so wrong. FPS.
What does?
TV media. Watching the show.
It wasn't, but then they shared a biscuit.
Yes.
Goodbye.
Really looking kind of choppy there. You want the second chat? It's been a hot second since I booted her up. I just got the tweet out. Do me that favor. Go give it some love. While she's rebooting. I'm going to grab the sauce. Okay, there's that. Let me check on the YouTube side. Hello. Farming with Summer BB and a double go comp is the most fun I've had in a while. Yeah. I usually do not like to card farm, but I do make exceptions for some comps. But at the end of the day, all that really matters is that you are having fun. This is going to be a do or die moment, chat. Oh, I suppose I need to get rid of some of this stuff. Cat's not allowed to see this. I've been busy at work, so I cannot let y'all. Oh, good. Oh, that's terrifying. Yeah, I was gonna say, what happened to my Okay. All right. Wow. That looks like that's good as well. Okay, chat, we are ready to go. I hope you guys are ready. Because here we go. I see that Artoria is still dancing from the other day. There we go. Choomp. Okay, so again, I hope everyone is doing swell today. I am tired. I have worked like the entirety of the weekend. You know, some of it was fun, some of it was like really cool stuff, but like I can't stress to you guys how much just hard like hyper fixating on a screen for like 48 hours just drains you. And that's basically where I'm at today. So like I am coming out of the weekend and I'm more tired than when I went into it. That's pretty much going to be par for the course for me though, especially up until the debut. Just a little bit of housekeeping things, obviously. Oh yeah, first of all, let me get you guys today's sauce. There is the artwork. Go give the artist some love. But yeah, it's just one of those deals where I am in lockdown mode at this point. I'm trying to like get everything I need to done before the actual debut. As such, if something on stream breaks, it's probably not getting fixed. I did manage to have a very productive weekend otherwise, though. I got a ton of crap done that I needed to get done. Of that in particular was the was the exchanging of my phone. So, in case anyone doesn't believe me, first of all, you can see there's the game being played. So, in case anyone's new and doesn't think that I actually do play on my phone. Then there's this. So this is my iPhone 6. This is my iPhone 12. And this is my iPhone 15. And they all work and they all run. So I now have multiple phones. To be fair, the 6 not long for the world. It's been on its last legs for a long time. You guys remember back when I would like basically dual box the joint lottos on NA and JP. I was using my 12 and my 6 at the same time. But the 6 is probably like I'm expecting it this year in FGO that it is going to get like deprecated and we're not going to be able to use an iPhone 6 anymore. As they'll probably just say, nope, you know what? We got to get rid of the old hardware. Enough's enough. It's gone, right? So that's kind of where I'm at on that. What? I have had one card for my foreigner here. You know what? Screw it. We'll just go ahead and take another turn. Adlet, thank you for the follow. So that's I did spend at least a chunk of the weekend doing that. My phone is now fully updated. It's really nice that it uses USB-C. The only problem is I only appear to have one USB-C like power brick. So that's a problem. I might have to deal with that, but at least for the time being, I can have multiple devices, multiple phones. That is the ideal, because a good chunk of what I wanted to do was to have a phone that was capable for VTubing purposes, as well as a phone that was capable of FGO. And the problem that I was having is I couldn't use my 12 for both, because if I'm sitting there trying to capture my face for a VTubing model, I was either going to have to resort to emulation or something else, and I didn't really want to have to do that. And not because I can't use an emulator or don't want to. I don't want to have to flip my account back and forth over and over again. I feel like that's the predominant way in which people lose their shit. And I was just like, nah, I'm good. I'm not doing that. So I figured whatever. Should I have saved apples for summer? Perhaps. My 6 can't run FGO. Mine is a 6S or 6 Pro or whatever the hell it was back then. Short Cake, thank you for the 10. Hope you're having a great start to your week. I'm having a tired start to my week, but I am going to be fine in the end. It's just a measure of simple brain exhaustion. I'm going to go ahead and like fill you guys in. My current mentality / plan here is to basically, I'm probably going to, obviously we're going to have this week, we have the live stream this week for NA. I'll be covering that with you guys. We've got media share tomorrow night as well. In particular, I have a video that someone specifically asked me to react to. Just to give my 2 cents as an FGO person. And then basically, we've got all of that. I'm going to have the NP5 rolls Thursday for Proto Merlin. Probably over the weekend, we're going to get our new banners. We're going to get a Buki and everything like that. It's actually a good thing for me because I probably won't roll. I'm not going to stream over the weekend, so everybody will get their Buki rolls out of the way. Because again, like, let's see, that's Thursday. So it should be Sunday, I think, should be the Ibuki stuff. If not, it's Monday. Either way. If it's Monday, then I'm back just in time for that. But essentially, that's probably what I'm going to be likely to do. And then, again, from there, I'm probably going to be sitting there and, like, just working more on the debut over the weekend. And then next week, like I said, we'll have all of summer. In the meantime, JP's event ends, I believe Thursday. So essentially, we will have our first day of summer on NA as JP is wrapping up. And then we don't know what JP has next. There's been no announcement. There's been nothing said about what they're going to be doing. We do know that they have the anniversary on August 3rd to the 4th. So that is a thing. It's very likely that they will have some sort of pre-campaign leading up to it, but we don't know, is that going to be the next thing, or are they going to try to like ram something in there real fast ahead of it? So we'll just have to wait and see. Cad, when's the Scotty analysis coming out? It is posted already. I posted it earlier today, so it should be there unless I posted it wrong. Cad, did I post it wrong? Actually, no, I know I didn't post it wrong because people were commenting on it and I absolutely double checked on it. I watched it again today. Okay, sweet. Today we're going to be doing Woo, and then if I have time, we will also do Doman. My plan is to get to both of them. I also have a third video that I would like to record today, so that's why I'm going to try to get to those two. Sorry, not today. A third video I'd like to record this week. I realized in saying that I was doing myself. But yeah, so that's my current idea. And I'm going to be trying to like get out 3 videos here in rapid succession. You guys will see what one of the videos is here. But I don't want to tip my hand, so to speak. But yeah, so like, and all I'm trying to say is like, so my week here is kind of packed, especially pending whatever the heck may or may not be going on with JP. I plan to do nothing over the weekend other than work more in the debut. And then next week, we're going to have more summer banners. I'm going to be rolling Summer Scotty with you guys. I will probably at some point also roll Ibuki, depending on the timing of the banner. And we'll just have to play that one a little bit more by ear. I'm sure Summer Scotty will fall next week. I have no idea when Ibuki will fall. It may be that I don't roll till after that. But, chat, so tomorrow is 2 weeks till the debut. Okay? 2 weeks. So we have the rest of this week, the rest of next week, and then that weekend there, I'm not streaming anything over the weekend again. I'm going to kind of go into hibernation mode, and I am probably not going to stream Monday, pending whatever the heck is going on. You guys might, if I'm ahead of schedule for the debut and I actually get everything done that I need to get done, you guys might get a weekend stream out of me. But all I'm trying to say is for right now, expect for these next 2 weekends, no weekend stream. And essentially that I will probably be off the Monday right before the debut on Tuesday. I will probably take that day off just so I can prep, because I'm going to want to like get everything in, make sure everything's working, kind of dummy test it. And like, I don't want to like have to do that like Tuesday after I rush and get home from work. Right. So I'd like to have Monday night off so I can do that. What are your thoughts on CCC, Kate Kuser Priestess, Summer Baobon? She's a really convoluted unit. She's really not that bad or anything like that, but like her skills are just ridiculous. When you understand them, they're not rough. I think she's okay, especially given the fact that she's a 4-star. You're probably likely, if you roll her banner, to get multiple of her at that point. It definitely depends, because you don't have that solo rate up, so she's joint with UDK Barcast. But I don't think she's a bad unit. I think she is a fairly solid, AoE pretender. The only problem that she has is she's kind of coming out like right after we got a welfare AoE pretender who's also Buster. So at that point, yeah, I don't know, right? Like all I'm trying to say is she's not a bad unit, but like, you certainly don't have to have her. Relatively new player. I'd like to get Shisho, the standard one, not Scotty. Do you think I need to wait the next year, or maybe she'll be on the Thanksgiving banner? Usually we end up with multiple Shisho banners a year, so you probably won't have to wait that long. Otherwise, she probably will be on this year's Thanksgiving. It just depends. So, but yeah, you could definitely keep your eyes peeled and see what happens. But no, she shows a fantastic unit. She's really good. I do recommend getting Scotty as well to help her out because again, Scotty's just sort of a meta quick buffer, and that is exactly what Shisho does. Like she's going to be a very powerful single target quick lancer for you. So getting a quick buffer is also a good idea. But it is not a got to do type of thing. Lost Ringo, thank you for the follow. For a new account, who should I try to get this summer event? Not very indecisive since all of them seem great from the videos I've seen. They really are. So like there's like two schools of thought on this. One is to like make a very difficult and hard choice as to which of the units you prefer. The other is the quote unquote whale mentality of like, why not all three? Because they really are that good. So it's absolutely a great idea to try to acquire as many of them as possible. But yeah, it's difficult because I've seen a lot of people trying to say like, oh, they're must rolls, they're gotta haves, they're blah 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 blah. What I've tried to do, and I was talking about this in the Discord earlier today, that one, I know people don't like that mentality, and two, I've tried to change my own terminology to what I think kind of works the best, and that's that like my stance on this has been that these units are a good enough unit that everyone must consider rolling on them. What does that mean? That means they're good enough that you need to decide whether or not to roll on them specifically, rather than, oh, I can just ignore this unit. Like, I don't care about this unit. No, they're good enough that even if you don't care about them, you need to think about it. You need to consider your options. And you need to, like, ask yourself, what is going to be the impact of not rolling them? They're not a gotta have, but they are strong enough and, again, like, going to be a big enough piece to each of their respective puzzles that if you don't roll them, what is that going to do to your account? It's not going to have an immediate negative impact. It just might limit you from trying out other new aspects. So what I would tell new players especially, and I think a lot of this really depends on what you want to try to do, but there's at least what I would say is to probably go after a unit like either Proto Merlin or Ibuki, because Arts is usually going to be one of the easier team compositions to build. If you feel like you have a solid like Arts Looper or something already, you probably don't need to get your hands on Ibuki, and then somebody like Proto Merlin's going to be better because you can use her in challenge, you can use her as a farming support potentially, and you can use her alongside a Castoria should you so choose. If you don't have that sort of like easy to go to farmer that can handle a lot of content for you, at that point Ibuki does have a ton of value. Now, the only thing I'm going to say is there is currently a GSSR right now. So I have seen a lot of people asking me like, hey, I'm a new player. Should I roll Ibuki? And my stance on this is like, you can literally, for the price of 15 paid courts, go guarantee one of the best berserkers in the game. Because we have a GSSR where there are only 3 berserkers on it, and those 3 are Morgan Le Fay, who's incredibly powerful, Arjuna Ultra, who's incredibly powerful, and Musashi Berserker, who's incredibly powerful. So each one of the 3 of them is fantastic. And so that's my only stance on this, is it feels like sometimes I'm getting asked bait questions, and I'm not saying that you guys are, just that people are like low-key edging to roll for Ibuki anyways, to which I'm going to say, if you wish to roll for Ibuki, just roll Ibuki. Like there's nothing wrong with it. Ibuki is definitely the most replaceable. She is. That is the one thing I will say about that, is that like out of all of them, I think you could say that they each have analogs, but usually the analogs for the other 2 are not nearly as plentiful. You could maybe argue it for Proto Merlin, but Proto Merlin we can at least say is quote unquote a Merlin, and there's really only one other actual Merlin out there, and that's Merlin. So There are other units that do things similar to Merlin, just not quite to that level and not to that same capability. Win-win no matter what you get. Yep. Yeah, and so that's the only reason why I'm saying that sort of thing, is that like I'm trying to advise you guys the best I can. It's a difficult choice. I asked myself what I would do if I were a new player, and the answer is I would probably go, damn, if I didn't have enough resources to roll all of this and I had to make a singular choice, I would either straight up turn my brain off from the waifu aspect of any of this and go for whatever I thought gave my specific account the best gameplay advantage. Or I would just say, fuck it, all of these units will probably come back at some point, and I will just go ahead and choose my waifu. So, like, it's totally up to you guys at that point as to how to approach it. But to me, that's usually what I would advise you guys to do. GSSR, a hit or miss, get what you wanted. That's true. However, the only thing I'm going to say is if you want a Buki, you can get a Buki, right? But if you're unsure, I'm going to tell you the GSSR is a better result, and here's why. On average, it's just going to cost you less than actually rolling. Straight up. Like, it's literally, it's 15 paid courts, right? Versus, man, I mean, that's not even enough for a full multi normally. So, like, you start thinking about that and you start applying that to something like the Ibuki banner, and yeah, you might go all the way to pity on the flip side. So, like, it is a thing that should be considered, is that, like, yes, there is technically the much cheaper way of securing that good, powerful berserker that works in a lot of situations. But again, it does depend, right? It's why, like I said, I take it at least somewhat seriously, the advice I give you guys, and I try to give you guys the best advice I can. I try to attack things from all angles. I try to work through multiple perspectives and points of view so that you guys hopefully find something that you can latch on to there and go like, that's some good advice. I'm gonna do that, right? Like that's the thing that I'm trying to get through to you guys, because there's no true answer. The answer is whatever's best for you. I was thinking about pulling for Ibuki, and if she comes early, I might go for Scotty too. Yeah, and that's something else I talked about, is the overall banner strategy here, is that, like, while there is a first banner, a second banner, a third banner, you guys can literally roll in whichever order you want. So if you're most concerned about, like, let's say Summer Scotty, you can wait all the way till Summer Scotty, roll on her, and then go back and revisit one of the prior two banners afterwards. So it's completely up to you as to the order you roll in, because they will all be available, like, basically from the second week on, at the end of the first week, all the banners will be available throughout the rest of the entire event. So for the next 2 weeks after that, they will be available. What do you recommend for training grounds, like the extreme version? Like comp, or like specifically which node to run? If you're asking specifically which node to run, my usual advice is caster. And the reason why is because people have a tendency to need the most caster gems than statues and monuments. I'm new to the game and nothing thinking to put money in right at the start, maybe in the future, so I'm trying to understand on MP1 what would be better. Yeah, that's perfectly fine. Do you have any other, like, berserkers or any of those, I guess what I would say is like an omni looper? Someone like Space Ishtar or anything like that. Like you say you're new to the game, but, like, it's one of those deals where it's like, new to the game might mean like you started playing today. It might also mean you haven't even started playing, or it might be you started like last month, right? So, like, there could be some time in there where it's like, yeah, I've actually managed to get some stuff. Coup Alter, that's my only berserker. Okay, yeah, that's perfectly fine. Account's 7 days old. Okay, well, welcome to FGO. But yeah, no. So my advice to you would at that point be probably Ibuki, because Ibuki is going to get you a AOE berserker that can loop. You can both take a Castoria on support to fully support that Ibuki, and then try to level up, say, someone like a Paracelsus or a Shufu or something like that. I don't know if you've exchanged your free SSR. That may be your coup alter. if you haven't, I would recommend Waver. He would be a really good pickup in conjunction with somebody like Ibuki, and then you would already have the composition of a arts team at that point. And so the concept that I like to talk about is so much of this game is farming and just getting through story and stuff like that. That usually, if you get a good farming composition up and online, it really helps you, especially if you can do that early. Because what that does is that's not going to be a solution for every node, but it will allow you to slowly begin to work on materials such that once that party is intact and working, and you're fine with it, you can then take that and use it to farm for other units you wish to work on. And it takes the pressure off of trying to get like 20 different units up and leveled at the same time. Hardest Elden Ring boss so far in the DLC, the final boss, without a question. I use Spishtar, Summer Kama, and NP3 Morgan, but I like Ibuki, so I gotta pull. Yeah, that's perfectly fine. Like, again, usually I'm not gonna advise you guys on matters of taste. What your preference is your own. I was wondering if Nero Bride is as much of a must summon. Well, you guys know I don't like to use that term. And I've said before, the closest thing that these games have to a must summon are the supports, and they're still not must summons. As she used to be because of Shufu being in the permanent pool. I would say someone like Shufu alleviates that some, but no, it is not a one-to-one replacement. If you asked me which unit is better and which unit I would have, I would be let me say this. Which unit is better and which unit I would prefer to have given a choice? The answer is Nero Bride. 10 out of 10 times. Shufu's a good unit. Shufu is a 3-star, and Shufu kind of has some selfish aspects that, if they weren't selfish, would make Shufu a better unit. That being said, just about every part of Nero Bride's kit is straight up flexible. That is to say, it can be selfish or it can be put on someone else. And that's one of the reasons that Nero Bride's just really strong. But no, I mean, it's totally up to you. I would still go after Nero Bride. I've been very pleased that I did and got her on JP. She was actually one of the last supports that I got. And I have used her profusely since then. Oh, look, we already got 5 of the weeklies done. I have no idea what the remaining one is. Actually, let me double check here. I don't think that's FP, because usually it says like 30 there instead of something else. So that's something else that I have to kill 3 of. I have a strong taste to midriff, so Summer Scotty's FA is amazing. Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like people are going to sit there and they're going to tell you, like, so for instance, like, let's say Summer Lartoria was coming out right here. You guys know that I like her. So if I'm sitting there and I'm like telling you guys to all roll for her and saying that she's a must summon, well, how would you guys feel about that? you would almost immediately be like, Cad's just biased, right? Like, so that's why. Like, and you guys know, like, even when it comes down to the Artorias, I usually will shoot you straight. I will straight up tell you my honest evaluation of how they perform and whether or not that I feel like, you know, there's someone that fits you and your needs currently at the moment. I don't normally try to like get everybody to roll. And if anything, I try to side on the idea of perhaps not rolling and being patient and abstaining and kind of like utilizing your resources better. We would say Cat is horny. Yeah, indeed. I kind of speedrun the story since I didn't know that I needed that for the next event. Is Babylonia enough for JP or for NA? For NA, our summer event only requires Fuyuki. For JP, I have no idea why this. Okay. For JP, the summer event requires Ordeal Call Prologue. So you really want to make sure that if you're on JP that you're caught up. But Chad, should I roll Arc? Yes. Now, do you know why I can say that, chat? Because I know Czar. And I know that Czar has an Arcuid profile picture. I also know that Czar has an Arcuid, like, profile banner. So, like, that's an easy one. That one I can just straight up tell him too, because it's literally just absolutely like right in his wheelhouse. Why does Cass Umu equal bride and not OG? Why is Caster Umu bride's summer version and not OG? It's specifically talked about in Summer 2, where bride is denoted to have gotten a swimsuit version and transformed into Caster Umu. Why? I have no idea. But that is the way the story works. Now, we can make an argument that perhaps bride can be considered to also be OG, but I don't know about that one. That one I think is a little bit more precarious. Because bride has been treated as a what if and not the exact same thing. Basically, OG is Umu, right? Like from Extra and everything like that. Bride is basically a what if, and it's more like basically she likes the master and is devoted to the master. I just saw you doing live here too. Followed. Hello. Yeah, you guys can always find me on hopefully either YouTube or Twitch. Some days I don't go live on YouTube, just depending. If I feel like it's gonna be a copyright sensitive stream, or if I feel like it's gonna be something or other. So yeah, I always encourage the YouTube people, like, come follow me on Twitch, and if I'm not live that day, you might know why. Or just straight up get on the Discord. That's the easiest way to tell, because I always post my schedule there and stuff. So you'll know, like, quite literally whether or not I plan to be live that day. Because there are certainly, especially like I said, coming up here with the debut, there are going to be some days that I'm not live. But I will be live for the majority of them. Right, is supposedly non-extranear. Yeah, it's like a what if she found her true love and is waiting for them as a bride. And that true love is basically you. Do you think Castoria will still be the closest thing to a must-roll unit by Annie 10? Yes, and I would shudder to imagine if she's not. Because if she's not, then that means they've done something even more power creepy than normal. Like, we have units like Oberon, but units like Oberon are still not even like that close, right? Like, and to be fair, you don't have to have a Castoria. You could just straight up take one on support if you really wanted to. But having double Castoria is just one of the strongest tactics in the entire game for just about every facet of content. So yeah, it's one of those deals where it's like, you don't have to roll, but like, don't say we didn't warn you type deal, right? And this is, I've said this before too, that, you know, again, my whole, somebody is strong enough. Okay, that's getting annoying. I really do not want that to continue to pop up. But the whole concept of like somebody's strong enough that you should consider rolling comes from the idea that, again, these units are that impactful. You should consider it. And if you don't, that like it's a look, I wash my hands, right? Like, don't say we didn't warn you type deal, right? Like, essentially, we don't want to hear people going like, oh, I don't want to roll Summer Scotty. I hate Scotty. And then like later complaining that they didn't get Scotty. Because it's like, oh, okay, but like we told you, like she was good, you should consider her, and you didn't. So it's no one's fault but your own, right? Like that's where that concept comes from. It's basically trying to prepare you as much as possible and leaving the choice up to you. But ultimately, at the end of the day, it's a yes, it is our recommendation, right? Like that is why we say that. Do you think JP will get an evocation event after this current event ends? It's possible. I actually could see that sort of thing happening, particularly prior to summer here. and the anniversary, but we'll see, right? Like, I'm sure they're going to have a pre-campaign for Annie. The only question really in my mind is what else will they have? And it could be something like an evocation festival, could be a download campaign, could be some other just tchotchke campaign that they're just pulling out of nowhere. Hopefully it's something like good nonetheless. Both at MP5, Ruler Mellison or Ibuki Berserker. Honest to God, Ibuki Berserker. I would take Ibuki Berserker probably 10 out of 10 times over NP5 Ruler Mellison. Ruler Mellison's strong. Ruler Mellison's neutral. Ruler Mellison does have some nice niche. She can pump a lot of damage. But yeah, I'm just going to take that effective damage like every time if you're going to give me that. To me, that's just a safe bet. Also, considering both are arts units, and arts out of all the composition types, arts just seems like it has the easiest path to defending a squishy unit. To be fair, to clear higher difficulty nodes with ease, you only need Oberon. I mean, like, again, yeah, you put need in quotation marks. I would say you don't even need Oberon to clear it. The real question is just, do you wish to clear in 3 turns? So at that point, something like Oberon becomes very much a farming tool, or even potentially a whale tool, depending on how you want to look at it. But I would say, to me, Oberon is actually more of like a free-to-play tool. And that's purely because of the force like multiplication capability that he has. So Oberon allows you to really stretch MP levels like never before. That is, to me, one of the most like crazy things they did when they added him to the game. I think you could have literally introduced Oberon into the game with only his first 2 skills, and Oberon would still be a crazily good unit that a lot of people would have rolled for without even having his 3rd skill. So that tells you like how kind of dumb Oberon is for power purposes. Summer Bageko shares banner. Yeah, I'm aware. I mainly use Smelu over Ibuki, and that's fine. I'm just saying, like, I will probably take the actual, like, effective damage most of the time. It's also going to depend on MP levels, right? Like, if you're saying MP level 5 of both, sure. But if you have, like, MP level 5 of one and MP level 1 or 2 of the other, it's like, well, yeah, I mean, at that point, it's just slanted in the opposite direction, right? Cool, thank you for the 22. Hope you're doing good today. Mellow is better for 1-1X, though. I'm gonna be real with y'all. I don't like arguments about 1-1X type of nodes with an AoE. Why? Why are you taking the AoE to that? You can, right? But like, I'm just gonna take the single target and just go burr, and then I'm not gonna worry about it. I'd love to loop with my Gawain no matter how jank. Yeah. Probably just not use 2 attackers. True. Double setup aren't easy. Huh? What do you mean double setups aren't easy? Like no, I'll actually push back against that. Yeah, what's hard about setting up a double attacker comp? And I'm not saying this to be an ass, just like in general, I want to challenge this way of thinking, right? There's really nothing difficult about it. It is just straight up 2 damage dealers, 2 supports, and having enough charge. Potentially 3 supports. If you really want to have one of the damage dealers be a sacrificial lamb. 1-1X is to imply there's probably more than one enemy at the end. Sure, I get that. I still don't understand why are we saying it's harder to set up a double attacker comp?
It's not hard at all. We've been doing it for years, pretty much since the origin of the game. In fact, chat, the way most compositions worked in the origin of the game were double damage dealer comps, where we would rotate to like support waivers and stuff like that, and we would have 2 damage dealers that took out both the waves. So that's how like essentially the genesis of farming got started. Looping only became a thing much later. I don't miss those days. Yeah, I don't miss the double waiver days either. Looping comps are actually newer than multi DPS comps. Yep, straight up. I mean, like, there were people that could loop originally, but yeah, it was not a pretty sight. It was not a very common thing to do. It's just if you're single coring the node. Yeah, I understand what chat's trying to say. I'm saying there's just quite literally like this idea that it's more difficult to set up is not true. Patently, there's no actual difficulty. There's nothing hard about setting it up. You could maybe argue like, oh well, I don't want to have to set it up. That's the thing. But I mean, crap. Maybe I don't want to have to set up, any new composition in that regard. That was what Scotty really brought it to a head. Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of people don't really realize that Scotty really helped facilitate that sort of thing. It's just really funny to me because, like, we did have Arts Loopers before Scotty came out, but they were very selective. It was usually people like Squirtoria, like Surfmo, stuff like that, for who is really capable. And beyond that, the vast majority of units were very much, I take out a wave. Started FGO after Scotty came out. I never saw those comps. Don't take this the wrong way, but bullshit. Even after Scotty came out, people were still running those comps. It was a thing for a while. Wait, hold on. This is NA here, so I do want Yakamo. There we go. Nito could loop from day one with an MLB K-scope. Yep. I mean, loop, right? She was definitely a brute force, but yeah, 100%. It was hell. It wasn't like impossible by any stretch of the imagination. You were literally brute forcing his double waiver, MLB K-scope, and her own 100% charge, and then boom, right? You don't really need to run solo color comps. Yeah. I run double damage dealer comps sometimes even today. Mm-hmm. I mean, and like, I don't know if you guys remember Plushy was in here literally just yesterday, or not yesterday, Friday, right? And was talking about how a bunch of the 90++ comps he's been doing, like, multiple damage dealer type setups. I have managed to still do the majority of the 90++ nodes as a single damage dealer, but, like, yeah, it's a thing. And it's straight up going to be easier in some cases to do. Now, me going back to the original statement that kind of caused this little tizzy here, the reason I don't like this is I don't like the concept of so-and-so's better at doing 1-1-X if they're AoE. Why? It feels like it's a trap, straight up. It feels like we're going to sit here and say, oh, well, they're better than that in this, like, stupid scenario that I probably shouldn't be doing it anyways, but I'm only doing it because I'm lazy. And it's like, okay. Or you could just, actually take the effective unit. And the reason I'm going to point that sort of thing out is purely because at the end of the day, if we're going to argue about, hey, here's like the gameplay considerations on this sort of thing, I think it's important to realize that we're talking to all different groups of people here. Whales, dolphins, and free-to-plays. So the free-to-play probably ain't doing that. Free-to-play's got that MP1 and straight up doesn't have the firepower to get over that 1-1-X type of hurdle. So this is a non-starter for them. Not always. You may have somebody that like it's their wife or husbando. They grailed it to 120. They well, sorry, not 120 in this case, but maybe to like the 100. They ended up maybe even rolling a second copy or something like that. But I'm not gonna make those sorts of assumptions, right? Yeah. So it's like I'm not saying that you can't take an AOE to a 1-1x type of node. You can. But I'm also going to probably tell you that just straight up probably doesn't work in a 90++ environment, particularly with a neutral damage dealer. I'm not going to say that there has never been a node like that. Just that if it did work, you likely got lucky with the niche damage on someone like Summer Mellison applying to the earlier waves and not just the final wave. That's another thing to keep in mind is that usually in a lot of these nodes, your early waves are, again, these fodder type of enemies that don't have servant specific types of traits that a lot of the servants end up actually having the niches for. So a lot of the time you don't get niche damage in an earlier wave unless you're taking something that's like anti-demonic, which is fairly common, perhaps an attribute type. It really just depends. I should have said irregular nodes instead of 1-1x. Yeah, and that's... I'm not going to say that, like, there's no argument to be made there about that sort of thing, right? I'm not trying to sit here and make this a Ibuki better than Mellison type deal. I'm trying to sit here and say that, like, yeah, those types of logic arguments aren't good because they're illogical. If you think about it, right? Like, it's trying to sit here and say, like, yeah, I'm probably doing something I shouldn't be doing, but she's better at that. It's like, okay. Chat, do you know who the most defensive farmer in the games are? Or sorry, the best defensive farming composition in the entire game is? Does chat know? Immortal team? Nope. Is that nope? There's a more immortal team. Someone in chat knows, and they're gonna be like, I hate you, Cad. Yeah, it's straight up Arash, Chin Gong, and Summer BB. It's the suicide comp. And here's the thing, it works. It's perfect. It is the best defensive comp in the entire game because your enemy never gets a turn. That's not logical at all. And the reason why it's not logical is because you have to use a quartz to revive yourself over and over and over again. I've never heard of that before? Yeah. Yeah. So my point being, right, and that's a really extreme example, right? But that's me using a illogical argument in a logic argument, right? That's me going like, well, if we're gonna debate what the most defensive comp is, I win because my comp never takes damage. And it's like, okay. Fair. You win. You win that battle. But it's like no one wants to ever go to that point, right? What monster came up with such a heretical comp? Oh, it's a thing. I get Qingong and Arash, but why Summer BB? It doesn't have to be Summer BB. It's quite literally the last unit has to be a 1 HP unit that has Black Grail on... Sorry, not 1 HP, but somebody that is like literally level 1 and has low enough HP that they will die from the Black Grail tick. So, essentially, Qingong... no... I think it's Qingong. So basically, Arash kills himself with his NP. Qingong then Qingong's the other person, the second unit, right? So they die, and then Qingong himself has low HP because he's like a 1 HP Qingong, and he dies from a Black Grail tick. And whenever you quartz revive, you come back with full charge. And it just works. I don't make the rules, chat. So technically, it does not have to be Summer BB at all. It just can be any other unit. I think Summer BB was used in particular for like the meme of it because when she dies, her card lock breaks. Kimba, thank you for the gift to Abandoned Warehouse. Appreciate it. Make sure you thank Kimba for the sub. How is Gong MPing with one support and a Black Grail? Whenever you revive with full charge. Are you asking the first time? I'm just going to go ahead and assume they use a command seal. Because at that point, why the fuck not? You're already spending quartz to revive over and over again. Like you don't care. But if you Sand Quartz revive, wouldn't Chingong be at full health? Yeah, he's a level 1 Chingong. A level 1 Chingong will still die to a like Black Grail. How much less damage does Summer Melisson do than Ibuki? It really depends on the situation because they both have their niches. Who on earth comes up with these? I don't know. All I know is I've seen the video of it and I was amazed. I was both amazed at the ingenuity of it and also at the balls to sit there and pop quartz to show it off. Some people are just quite literally so like there's the concept of game theory out there, chat. And everybody being like, a player in the game. And then there's this concept of an insane player, and whoever came up with that comp is definitely an insane player. And that's a player that doesn't ascribe to normal game theory because they literally just want to watch the world burn. And that's straight up who someone like that is. Bored whales with a lot of quartz, yeah, 100%. Two based, yep. Like I said, I've never wanted to do that, but truly, it is impressive. FGO players have a lot of spare time on their hands. Yeah, FGO has had some really insane stuff happen in it. And, I think from the outside looking in, it probably appears to people like FGO is just full of like these degenerates that just want to spend money and stuff like that. And well, I'm sure there is definitely that level of person floating around the fan base. There's also just people that are super passionate for the actual like IP itself. Comp was 2 times Nobukatsu? No, not the one that I saw. You might have seen a different one. Not that that surprises me. Because I can flat out tell you what it was used to clear. It was used to clear the LB3 Consort U and Xiong Yu tandem boss fight. Can't invuln Pierce if you can't hit. Somebody actually used it to just clear an actual boss fight in the story. It's like, goddamn, that is just impressive. How many Sand Quartz did it take? I don't remember. I think when I counted, it was at least 6, somewhere around that line. But like, it was just like ridiculous. That's depraved. It is, right? Like I have no excuse or defense for it. Just that obviously there is a level of insanity, right? First you do the infinite money glitch. Yeah, you let me know when you figure that one out, AFK. I'll be happy to partake in that glitch. I'm not a glitch type of person, but that one I think I can make an exception for. I wouldn't spend the sand quartz unless I was almost to the end and I was desperate never to do it again. Yeah, I've seen people that have popped quartz on fights to try and like get over a hump, and they hate the fight, right? I don't recommend it, obviously. I think if you're needing to pop a quartz, it is usually a good sign that you need to stop, go back, and like either refine your strategy or work on your units. I think the only time that I've ever done one was I believe, no, that wasn't even a quartz. Yeah, I don't know that I've ever done a quartz revive. Like, I know it's handled the exact same way as triple seals, but I don't know that I ever have done a quartz revive. Because I was thinking of one situation in particular, and I was like, nope, that was a blue cube. Because I double popped blue cubes to get through it. It was, so for reference here, chat, it was quite literally on JP, LB6, you know who I'm talking about. And I died my entire comp. I killed the boss. I won the fight. But Curse killed me, which meant that I lost. And I had to use a second blue prism to revive. I was not pleased. Very much not pleased. Living up to its name, yeah. And it's really funny because they changed that for NA. They made it so that it would not kill you on NA. Which is very funny because I actually ended up winning due to it on NA. My Saberface only run of that exact same fight didn't have to use any blue prisms going through it, then got to the end, killed the boss, died to Curse, and I still won, thankfully. Because instead of dying to Curse, it left me at 1 HP, since the boss was dead. You won the fight, but lost the blue prisms, yeah. And so, like, that's I'm gonna say out of all the fights in the game too, that's probably the one where I think I'm most okay with, like, hey, if you needed to pop quartz to get through that, fair. I understand. And I don't have any problem with that. Because, like, I think that fight in particular is pretty nastily designed, given the fact that it is a berserker. So it's like there's not a whole lot you can do to actually try to mitigate it. You are basically on a ticking timer for dying. And you can prevent it, you can stall it a little bit, but it's gonna kill you. And so it's one of the things I don't really care for in the fight. Because if you just don't have the firepower, you're probably not gonna get through it fast enough. I might have once battling Lartoria in Camelot. Yeah, I mean, back in the day, that was the thing. I saw Twitter was, I think it was over the weekend, people were up in a tizzy over, like, clearly somebody rage baiting over Gawain, trying to say that that people didn't have a, like people are complaining about the original Gawain fight for no reason. And it's like, okay. And they're like, yeah, it's only like 800 something K effective health. And it's like, yeah, for year one FGO, where like your highest health enemy in the game pretty much was like a 150k enemy. And you're gonna say 850k effective health was not a problem. Also because like back then, yeah, sure, we had all the same archers we had now. Some of them didn't have a third skill, including the one that everybody uses to take Gawain out. So it's like, yeah, I'm sorry, it's just not a thing. Gaming revisionism strikes again. People, like I said, it was obvious bait. So it's one of those deals where it's like, when I see that, I don't engage with those people. I just go like, yeah, that's bait. That's not worth it. Whereas other people, they go right in on it. And I'm like, oh, okay. But see, I'm also somebody that, like, I'm confident enough in knowing that sort of thing that, like, I don't need to go sit there and tell the person that they're wrong. I just know they're wrong. Like, straight up. But I can understand how other people maybe need to go validify it, right? So many babies indeed. Thank you for the big 6-6 there. AKA 5.5 years. Jack, can we get some love for Zephyr, one of my oldest mods and buddies? I hope you're doing good today. Back then I thought it was so hard. It was hard back then. Like, and that's the only thing I'm gonna try to say is like, don't let anyone try to tell you that it wasn't. It was. It straight up was hard back then. People will be like, oh no, it's so easy. And I'm like, yeah, okay. Okay. Like literally the conventional wisdom was like to sit there and use Artemis and oh god, why is her name escaping me now? Right, Urael, thank you. I was like, it starts with an E. Oh. Yeah, it was basically to use Artemis and Urael. And Urael didn't have her third skill. Artemis didn't have her NP interlude yet. And we basically were sitting there just trying our damnedest to do stuff. That was also, Camelot came out before summer there. So you didn't have Squirtoria yet. She was not in the game. And it quite literally, when Squirtoria came out, it was like, oh, okay, Gawain just got way easier for a lot of people. And that's the thing, is like, a lot of people don't remember the state of the game back then. They also don't, like, remember what units were available and how, like, different it was and difficult it was. Looking back at this point, Camelot seems laughably easy, but running into Camelot as a new player, speeding through singularities 1 through 5, it was difficult. It was a shocking step in difficulty. Yes, it was. Absolutely was. Like, and I've pointed this out before too, that essentially you got done with, let me see. Let me actually see here. Quests. Camelot. And E pluribus unum. So let me scroll here. So your final fight at the end of section 22 is a 265, sorry, for E pluribus unum, right? So for America. Your final fight is a 265k Berserker. Arrow 2 of Camelot. So literally the first section, the second arrow. So your second fight in the entirety of the singularity. A 378k Sphinx. Camelot was definitely a step up in difficulty. your second fight in Camelot. And this is a trash fight, chat. Your second fight has a higher health enemy than the final fight of the previous singularity. So there's definitely some issues going on there. That Sphinx was nasty. It was. And it just sat there and it just kept face palming you over and over and over again. Did Camelot come out before the back button? Oh, yeah. Yeah. We didn't get back button until, what was it, chat? Year 2 or 3. I don't remember. The bonk bonk got tattooed in my mind. Yep. This thing's really fighting like a cat. Uh-huh. And that's the thing, is like, I still remember people just being like, what the heck? Like, what is this? How do I get over this? How do I do anything about this? It's really funny because if you look back, Camelot just absolutely is. It was the first like real point where your account got checked. If you could not beat that, you were not moving on. And there were a lot of people that got stuck in Camelot for a little while until they actually worked on certain units. I remember that, Sphinx. I knew shit was about to get real. Yep. Gawain was my first major rage fight. Yeah. Just barely stall the fight with a friend's 120 John. So nowadays, Gawain's a lot easier, assuming you take the right unit. It's really sad how easy it is because, like for instance, when I went through Camelot on an A, I definitely had a difficult time. When I went through Camelot on JP, I just borrowed someone's Castoria and both Gawain and Mordred. And Mordred, for reference, Mordred charges her NP every turn. Neither of them got an MP off on me in Camelot on my JP account. That's how much they got deprived. So it was really funny. Mordred got jacked at Camelot. Oh yeah, yeah. Well, there was a simple way to defeat Mordred. Mordred charged her NP at the end of every turn. So like at the end of her turn, she would charge her MP so that for the next turn she could MP. Well, the deal was if you drained her in between her turns, it didn't matter. She didn't get the charge until the end of her turn. So it was really hilarious. You could actually just straight up prevent her from ever NPing and just sit there and perpetually deny her. And I loved it. It was awesome. Demeter and Fluffy was hell for me. Yeah, Demeter is very infamously at this point like Gawain 2.0 is what the community referred to it as. Because it was that very same concept of this is a wall for the players to get checked at. If you do not have a good enough account, you are not meant to get through it. And so I have seen people that have, again, like done various tactics to get over the Demeter wall, including popping courts. But again, that to me is like, that's your big stopping point. If you can't get through it, it's meant to be your warning sign of like, hey, you might want to stop and work on your account. And I have had numerous people before ask me like, you know, how does the fight work? How do I get over it? What do I do? And all I can usually tell you guys is, again, that she has a cadence. She works in a sequence. She will keep doing the same skills over and over again. And that your riders are your best friends. So if you only have like 1 or 2 riders level up, it's pain. If you level up more than 1 or 2 riders, you'll be successful in that fight. You might struggle on other fights, though. So it just depends. I use like 2 100 plus riders with Origin Bullet. Yeah. If you have the right setup, you're fine. But a lot of people don't going into that. That's one of those fights that they just really get stuck at. And the first Zerker robot, too? Yeah. What about popping revive with command seals? I think if you have to pop a revive with command seals, that's perfectly okay. But if you end up going like, oh man, even the command seal revive wasn't enough, that's your sign. You probably need to rethink. I don't remember how I beat Demeter. I just remember I used Summer Murasaki. I don't remember how I beat Demeter. I just remembered that I used Made Alter, MHXA, and Jerker, I think were my 3. For Demeter, you want defense pierce, definitely. Yep. Yeah, the taking like a defense removal or something type of command code can also really work. There's a lot you can do to try and sort of get rid of her annoying shtick. Dad, what if I just suck at the game? Understandable. Have a nice day. Get on the Discord and ask for help. That's usually what I tell people. But he used to have to use the support Musashi. That was very painful. Yeah. I'm not a huge fan of Shinjuku's. Like I love the story. I love the singularity, but the support servant is a load of garbage because they, until the final fight of the singularity, do not give you all of Musashi's skills. And I think that's really dumb. Sorry, did I say Shinjuku? Yeah, Shimosa, sorry. Can someone help me with the advanced quest for Annie? What does it mean by advanced quest in 7.5 and 7.6? It just means complete advanced quests that released on those days. They still do that, don't they? Although to a lesser degree. What, the scuffed support? Yeah. Yeah, supports have gotten a lot better, but yeah, the support, the force supports are... and that's what, like, I've always told you guys, it's another big argument for having your own version of, like, a meta support. Like, say, like, if you don't have Castoria, that's fine. You can take a Castoria on support. Until you can't. Until the game says, no, you cannot take a support, or no, you must take our support instead. Then you're in trouble. This is why it's always better to have your own. If you have your own, the game can't screw you. If you don't have your own, have fun. Musashi and Shinjuku confirmed. I wouldn't mind, right? I would not mind seeing that. Musashi in a Shinjuku outfit. I'd be down to clown. Although I guess that'd be like Musashi Alter at that point, right, chat? But I'm sure chat wouldn't want that. Nope. There's definitely nobody in chat that likes an Alter, let alone a Musashi. Big nopers. SMH. Avalon didn't send me refund numbers for summer. Woo. No, I'm just kidding. Refund numbers for the buster unit? Yeah, that's why I'm memeing. Here they are, 0%. Thank you. Now I understand. So you're saying that I should tell everyone that she struggles to loop. She's not quite got as good of refund as other units. Okay. I don't know why I was doing this that way. Yeah, I was like, man, I'm blind. I'm just not seeing her. I still feel like this particular art style looks rather weird on her. It looks like extremely blocky. Like, I don't think it looks bad. It's a style. But like, yeah, I mean, honestly, the Final Ascension art even looks better in that regard. The sprite, I think, looks fine too. It's just like the way in which the actual shapes and lighting and shading all kind of are flowing together. It feels very like almost not quite abstract, but it's like it's getting there. Maybe it's the lighting that adds that effect. Yeah. Which is funny because you can see a disparity. Like, here's how the shadows are handled. Here's how, like, the body is handled. Right? And then here's the head. And the head is a totally different style than the other two. So it's like, and you can see, because same thing with the shadows, like the background here has a lack of like detail in it. Like it's almost like an actual painting. right? Because that's kind of what you do is you almost do like an out of focus like paint blot, right? And same thing here with the basically the details of the rest of the background here, including the shadow. Then you have more detail and blocking for the actual body, and then you get the head, and the head is like fully lined and realized. So it's really funny to me because like the rest of it, like you can see if there is lining, it is so slight that you can't see it, and then the head just absolutely has it. It's pretty minimalistic. Yeah. I'm actually surprised like to see that. And it's something that only somebody like artists obviously, but someone like me as well that does spend a lot of time looking at art, I'm going to notice crap like that. Okay. Let's talk about Wuzishin. I assume it's Zetian or something. I again, chat, I'm sorry. I have no concept of Chinese names. Forgive me. She's anti-foreigner, right? Oh, right. Yeah, I forgot she has man trait. I always forget that she has that because, like, the big thing for her is the anti-undead. Sorry, not anti-undead, really, but like the fact that she quite literally turns everyone undead. And then I believe she has undead power. Yeah, increases party damage against undead here. Also, stuns all undead. Is she illegal? It's widely assumed that that Summer Woo is a more adult form of her. But your guess is as good as mine. Just feel like there's something else I'm forgetting here. It's too easy because like part of the time I go like, oh man, it's not a big deal because I don't have to like look at a lot of the scenarios. Always spell Kaleido wrong. I before E except after C and blah 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 except kaleidoscope. English rules don't matter. Well, part of the reason English rules don't matter is because English steals so many words from other languages. And so English rules matter, but only for English words. And it's like, well, when you steal words from other languages, then yeah, your rules don't apply anymore. Gavin, thank you for the follow. John K. Scope? Yes. How did you know? How did you know that this was John K. Scope? Wait, that's the wrong unit. Hold on. Right. And she just had, yeah. Not Summer Olympia? That not the name of the craft essence? Battle Olympia. There we go. God. My brain! You know what? This is actually a really good idea. since we have a really effective niche. Oh, it's just better if I do it this way. Shouldn't be trade edition. It's not. Specific damage. God, it's literally the first one. No wonder I wasn't seeing it. Okay. Chat won't like that one, obviously. It just reminds them of what they can never have. It's Valentine's of this year, so you guys should already have this. We already have this, so we should have all of them. Yep. At least I have NP Whatever. Understandable. Chat, what was the does anyone remember the name of the recent, I think it came with the Koyanskaya Annie, the 60% C that was Buster. Summer anniversary, thank you. Shoop, 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 shoop. You know, it occurs to me I should not have gotten rid of all of those curse command codes. Fuck. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So let's take you, you, then the rest of them. We're going to close out the command code list. All right, we are ready to begin. Yeah, you guys ready to rock and roll? First time viewer, binging your videos is a grind by Morgan to 120 on an A. No problem, Gavin. Hope you enjoyed them. Let me know if you have any questions. I'm going to be recording here for a little bit, but again, you're more than welcome to sit here and watch the actual process. Comps for training grounds would be too unfriendly for free to play. Training grounds. I mean, obviously, you're gonna need certain things that'll allow you to get through. I know one of the most basic compositions that just about every single free to play can do is functionally like in a rash Spartacus type of setup. And usually, if you've worked on all of their skills, this can take out two waves for you, and then for something like the training grounds, you can kind of just slot in a single target that's going to be able to boom the final enemy. So it's really not too bad. You're just going to kind of need some form of starting charge and the ability to actually have those units online. If you don't already have those units online, that can definitely be a problem. But again, I mean, it's not too difficult. You just have to actually find effective units. But that's, again, if you're trying to like 3-turn and stuff like that. If you're not concerned with 3-turning, it's pretty easy to kind of just take your time and actually work through it. Worst case scenario, take a support of the actual like take a damage carry of the actual effective class, and they can probably soul the node for you. Rash Spartacus Lubu. Yeah, I mean that in particular might work. But okay, we're gonna go ahead and get started here. Hey guys, my name's Khadroth, and today we're going to be talking about Wu Zetian 4-star Summer Caster. So she is going to end up being another 4-star variant of her original form. This one's going to be a caster instead of an assassin. Original form is single target, quick assassin. This one's going to be AoE buster based caster. And Wu has some interesting aspects to her. I'm not going to say she's the strongest unit. She certainly isn't by any stretch of the imagination, but she does have some interesting sort of mechanics at play in her kit, and we're going to end up talking a lot about those. She is a limited summer-based 4-star, so that's going to be a problem. She's going to be on that third banner here with Summer Scotty. So if you guys are rolling for Summer Scotty, for instance, may be helpful to check this video out, obviously, just so you have some idea of what her capabilities are and kind of what you can do with her. Again, I'm going to say that Wu is not going to be sort of the best unit for you guys to pick up necessarily. To me, she's not the best 4-star on the summer banners. I would give that crown, if to anyone, probably to Summer Heiress. But she's still pretty capable. You can still do some interesting stuff. So let's go ahead and kind of talk about her actual capabilities, get through her kit here, and give you guys an idea on damage and craft essence selections. So, to begin with, again, Wu, as we said, is an AoE buster caster. She's going to end up having about 9.5k attack here. This is actually a really solid number, especially considering that we're a caster and we maybe aren't necessarily known for offensive firepower. Her HP value is still a little bit on the spicy side at about 11k there. It's not bad, but it's not good really either in that sense. It's just kind of there. And then she's going to end up being man attribute and have 552 star absorption there. That's a little bit higher than your normal for casters. She's got 10.7 star generation and a NP charge attack rate of 0.61. Now remember though, she is a buster unit, so naturally this is going to be a factor here. Normally with buster units, we actually see higher NP gain rates in that regard, but I think you'll see at least a little bit why it's set the way it is as we get deeper into the kit. Her NP charge defense here is going to be about 3%. It's not necessarily going to be anything crazy or anything like that, just your standard amount. Her death rate is a little bit higher than average, which is actually pretty ironic as we get into the actual kit here and you guys see what her major gimmick is. And then her alignment here is going to be lawful evil. Now remember, alignments are entirely what the character thinks of themselves. So not necessarily the lens by which you might judge them. So she herself views herself as lawful evil here. She is a female gendered servant. She is hominide, humanoid, sovereign, just a normal servant, 7-night servant, summer mode servant, and weak to intimate Elish. Not a whole lot of traits to exploit there, but definitely some pretty common ones like humanoid and king. And then again, with regards to her deck here, we already said she is a buster-based AoE, so having the 2 buster cards here means she can form that triple buster brave chain that you would maybe be looking for, but she also still has 2 arts cards to really help her out for that NP gain purpose. And you can see they are at least 3 hits, so there's definitely some good stuff there. But then she does have a singular 5-hit quick card. This is probably a hearkening back to, again, her sort of assassin form, where she is a quick-based unit. Now, her buster card is a little bit underperforming in the sense that it is not got the same amount of hit counts. Don't worry, though, the concern's not really going to be there. If there's any card type that we don't care too much about the hit counts on, it's pretty much buster. So that's not that bad of a deal. And her extra attack is going to be your standard amount of hit counts there. Now, with her first skill here, you can already get a hint of maybe what's going on with Wu, as she increases the party's attack for 3 turns by 15%, increases the party's buster performance for 3 turns by an additional 15%, and then increases the party's NP gen rate for 3 turns by 20%. Now, this is a totally selfless skill. It is a sort of roided out charisma. As you can see, the skill is even referred to as a charisma. And it is very strong in the sense that it's going to just give all of its benefits to everybody in the party. This is going to make Wu a really, really strong candidate for using in multi-damage dealer types of setups. This is actually where she's probably going to shine the most because, again, as we have already said, she's not necessarily going to be the most damaging out of all the units. She's sort of going to end up being, in a lot of ways, your setup guy. Somebody that's going to end up kind of helping the party out to deal the effective damage that it needs to do. And you can see here again, the 0.61 NP gain rate here certainly set maybe a little bit lower since she does have 3 turns of NP gen up of 20% right here on the first skill. Now, given the fact this is a buster unit, the usage of Koyanskaya alongside may at least allow us to sort of think about cooldowns. This one's on a 6-turn cooldown, so in theory, in a double Koyanskaya setup, you would be able to pop this skill on turn 1 and turn 3. The problem is, with the way her kit works, you're probably not going to use her in a double Koyanskaya setup. So as we get to the second skill here, you can see this is a enemy-wide drain, basically just for 1 guaranteeable charge there. It's going to increase the party's damage against undead enemies for 3 turns and charge the entire party's gauge by 20%. So again, everything here is party-oriented. She has the ability to drain the enemies to stop them from getting to their NP. She has the ability to charge the entire party's gauge by 20%, so not just herself. And she's also going to make the entire party deal effective damage basically against undead. Sorry, not effective, but power mod damage of up to 30% there. So really a nice little boon in that regard. She's not only going to enhance her own damage against undead, but the entire party. And this is all going to be on a 7-turn cooldown, so without some extra cooldown shenanigans, even in a double Koyanskaya comp, you would not normally get back to this skill. But it is an interesting thing to see nonetheless that this is where you're going to, again, see the sort of shifting to, hey, maybe she would be better as a multiple damage dealer setup. Maybe she takes out a wave, but she also ends up helping charge an ally. She also ends up helping enhance their damage, and she also makes them at least somewhat effective against an undead enemy. So definitely some capability with this kit already. Her third skill here is going to stun all undead enemies for 1 turn. It's, again, you can see there's no failure chance or anything here, so unless they have some sort of resistance, don't expect it to fail. And it's going to recover the party's HP essentially from there. That's actually going to be the effect that does scale as you level this skill up. I'm going to say this is a pretty good candidate for not leveling skill-wise, but it's totally up to you, since, again, you don't have any sort of steroid component to it, anything that's enhancing your damage. It is going to remove the party's debuffs on top of this, so a little bit of supportive aspect here as well, with the ability to heal and cleanse everybody at the same time. So definitely a nice skill, all on a 7-turn cooldown. So again, without cooldown shenanigans, you're not getting back to it. So the interesting part about this is, again, going to be the fact that it stuns all undead enemies. I wouldn't be surprised one day if they actually do buff this skill, just to maybe give it a little bit more of a wide applicability. But I am going to say it is at least powerful at what it is. If you are taking Wu against undead, she will certainly have this capability of at least mitigating some against them by stunning them. The good news is you don't have to take Wu against undead, and we'll explain that as we get to the NP, and we'll kind of revisit this at that time. So now taking a look at her passive skills here, she has Territory Creation A for an additional 10% up in her arts performance. It's going to help out those arts cards. And then Item Construction A for debuff success rate by 10%, as well as a sort of unique trait here that's Ambition from Imperial Ascension or for Imperial Ascension EX. It grants herself just total mental debuff immunity. It's definitely a nice thing to have, especially for challenge fights. Now, with regard to her pin skills, I'm just going to flat out recommend the mana loading. It's probably going to be the best thing by far on her, especially as we already mentioned, using her in a multiple damage dealer type of setup as your setup guy. Definitely something you're going to want, as it's going to allow her to get to an NP easier. You're going to have to carry less of the load with her own charge, or maybe even a support's charge, to actually get her there. And we'll talk about that here in a second. But certainly this is going to be my go-to recommendation for the first append that you should unlock, and potentially even lore. From here, her third append skill is Anti-Foreigner Attack Damage Aptitude. You can certainly try to get this. I'm not going to say it's going to be a waste. There are some synergies with I almost called her Consort U, with Wu and the Anti-Foreigner Attack Damage Aptitude here. But the problem with this is it's still not going to be very widely applicable. It's not going to be something that you're going to be using all the time because it's a foreigner. So at that point, I don't necessarily recommend it if you're tight on coins. I'd probably recommend the extra attack finesse over that, but it definitely depends on how you guys see yourself using her. Now we get to the Noble Phantasm. This is going to be a 5-hit AoE Buster Noble Phantasm. So again, because it's Buster, we're not expecting any sort of refund or anything like that. So right off the bat, you can see what its first effect does that activates before the damage goes out is that it inflicts the Undead trait for 3 turns to all enemies. Usually something like this cannot be resisted. You are just adding an additional trait to the enemy, and it is a really interesting thing nonetheless. So the cool part about this is, if you remember, that she gives the ability to confer undead extra damage to them with a power mod here. So this goes out before the damage of her NP, so this means as long as you have the second skill popped before you NP, Wu's going to deal extra damage right there just off that, because everything that she tries to hit will become undead. So right there, you just know this is pretty much a 30% across the board bump up. It's almost always going to apply. So it's something that's really nice because we can just assume it in a lot of ways. And then the third skill, as we already mentioned here, is going to stun all undead enemies for 1 turn. So if you have already NP'd against an enemy, being able to potentially use that sort of thing, since they are given this trait for 3 turns, means that after you NP, you can then stun them to lock them down. So while that skill may have looked kind of restrictive at first, due to the way the NP works, it actually can just kind of be used as a normal stun no matter what you want to do. So whether or not the devs actually do mess with it just really depends. From there, you can see it's going to deal damage to all the enemies, and then it's going to get super effective niche against enemies that have the man attribute, of which there are plenty, especially amongst the assassin category. So certainly an interesting thing, as she will have not only the 30% power mod against undead foes, but also just straight up super effective against man attribute. After the damage has gone out, she will then reduce the defense by 20% for 3 turns. Certainly really nice should you be, again, going up against the same set of enemies rather than farming your way through nodes and waves. So that would be a really nice thing. Or it can just be nice to have for following up with card damage after the NP proper. Either way, it's still good to have. Her overcharge effect here increases her own NP damage. It's unfortunately only for 1 turn, but it does activate first. It's a base of 10%, but scales all the way up to 30% at a 500% overcharge rate. So again, it is a nice overcharge effect. It increases damage. It can be doubled up from someone like Oberon. Not going to necessarily be the most powerful double up that has ever happened with Oberon, but certainly a nice thing nonetheless. And at that point, I'm going to say that that's kind of a wrap for her actual kit and what she's capable of. So there's a couple things we want to consider now with regards to Wu herself. One's going to be obviously her damage, and 2 is going to be sort of the setup. What are we actually going to do with Wu, and how are we going to use her? So in that regard, we can talk about craft essences, because you already know that she has a 20% party charge. So something like Kaleidoscope, even non-MLB, is just going to be really good for her. You could also use something like Wizard Marshal if you don't have that, or potentially even something less, depending on our circumstances, because Wu has mana loading that she can stack with that 20% party charge, which would allow her to potentially start from a 60% starting charge standpoint here. Something that like Battle Olympia could do really good at, as it's all attack scaling. This is another rare craft essence from one of the old Nero Fests. Does occasionally get rerun banners, but it is a thing nonetheless that would be fairly good for her, as it's both Buster and Arts improvement by 10%, and like we said, all attack scaling. From there, there's also another 60% C that's going to be participation with the king, aka partake with the king. This one's an old CE. It is very strong still to this day. It is 15% Buster up, 60% gauge, all attack scaling. And then we also have a much more recent one here, basically from 6th Annie, aka last year's anniversary, where if you guys were rolling on Koyenskaya, you might have it, as it is all attack scaling, and again, at MLB, 60% charge, critical damage of Buster cards by 20%, and Buster performance by an additional 10% there. So really, really nice if you're trying to go that angle. But you may say, hey, you know what? Maybe I have some overflow charge from somebody else in the party, maybe like an Oberon or something like that. So being able to start from a 50% standpoint, absolutely not impossible. Certainly something that can be done. So something like Cranking, that's a really nice welfare that you guys should have just gotten earlier this year with the Bunyan collab, or even Aerial Drive should you guys be on JP, where it is now a permanently purchasable craft essence. Each of these are very, very solid options for just a 50% starting standpoint. But I'd be remiss if I didn't mention something else here with regards to, again, Summer Wu. So Wu Caster basically has the anti-undead niche. So as a result, we do have some anti-undead command codes. And maybe not the best thing in the world, as she does have 3 turns of that every single time she uses that second skill, and her NP will get the extra damage off of it. But I'm going to say that maybe you find yourself in a rare situation where you don't have the skill up, maybe because it's on cooldown, and you still need to NP with Wu. That's where something like the command code is going to help out. You can pre-card with the card that has the command code on it, slap the enemy that actually needs the effective damage getting done to it, and then boom, there you go. They're essentially going to be getting furthermore undead damage at that point. You could also, again, sorry, I said before the NP, after the NP. So you're definitely going to be able to get more damage out of that. And same thing right here with Command Seal of the Azure Reaper. All of these command codes should be out at this current point in time on NA. So you're going to be getting extra damage basically against the undead foes. Intangible Case here is another one as a 4-star, giving you 15% extra for each engraved card. And then literally a singular 1-star command code that everybody can get access to. 5% right here. Slap this on all of Caster Wu's cards, and boom, there you go. You're just going to be getting more damage with each of her cards to help her out. So definitely a really nice thing to consider, something really nice to add to your repertoire if you're going to be using her. Now, with that in mind, we can talk damage. In that regard, obviously, we kind of know the situation with her. Actually, let's first bring up her actual charging setup here, just so you guys have an idea of how she's going to work. Because Wu is less than a 30% charger, the only real effective way that we can 3-turn with her is going to be with a double Oberon type of setup. That's going to just naturally make your best third support, your tertiary support here, being Koyenskaya. So in that regard, we're going to be doing a double Oberon Koyenskaya setup. We're going to have something like K-Scope. Obviously, as we mentioned, you potentially could have more. You could have maybe a maxed out K-Scope and not have the append. It's totally up to you. But this is a way in which things can be done. And then from there, essentially, you already have enough just initial charge to fire off an NP. You'll obviously put the Koyenskaya Buster buff on, but you don't really have the spare charge to be able to use anybody else's skills at that time. So wave 1's going to hit a little bit on the weak side. Wave 2, though, you're going to go ahead and pop basically Wu's second skill, wasn't it? Yeah, I believe it was the second skill that has the 20% charge on it. And then essentially from there, you're going to end up popping Koyanskaya's 50% charge. It's going to bring her up to 70. Both Oberon's 20% charge, because you'll rotate one of the Koyanskayas out at that point. That's going to bring you up to full. Fire off the second NP. Use both Oberon's 50% charges there for the third wave. And then obviously their third skills. Maybe throw in the Mystic Code effect there with the plug suit, and boom, that is just going to make it really, really easy for you guys to get a little bit of damage. But that's using Wu as a devoted damage dealer, which, like I said, you may do, you may not do. We're going to show you guys the damage numbers for it, though, regardless. But right here on the outset, this is just going to be Summer Wu without any of those supports, without any of those Mystic Codes or Craft Essences. This is just her neutral damage with her own buffs on. And you guys can see, again, it's not too pretty. We're definitely going to have numbers that are less than stellar. The big thing you're really going to want to aim for, because again, most of the time you should have undead trait potentially, is that you really want to make sure that you're able to kind of reach this undead plus man. This will make her numbers a lot more palatable, so look for situations that are man traded that you can actually bring her in on, and she'll be able to do very good solid damage for you. Now, on top of that, I do recommend actually managing, again, if you can, to equip those command codes. It's going to help you out if you don't manage to get the undead on early enemies or something like that. And remember, enemies can just be undead that you're using her against. That way you don't have to worry about like whether or not they end up getting the trait on them or anything like that. There's obviously that advantage to her. I will say she is going to draw some interesting comparisons, though. So let's go ahead and look at her actual damage numbers. Now, if I zoom all the way out like this, you're going to have a hard time seeing. So let's go ahead and zoom back in and kind of talk with you guys about the numbers here. It'll be Summer Wu with a Koyan Sky of Light, double Oberon, a level 100 K-scope, and a Neo plug suit. This is also going to include, for all the man numbers, Koyan Sky of Light's anti-man effect. So right here on wave 1, these are still neutral numbers, but now we have supports and craft essences basically, and Mystic Codes even in the mix. So at that point, you can see NP1 not going to do the best of damage, but honestly, 116 there's not too shabby. That's sort of the power of a double Oberon type of setup. It's going to get a lot of wave 3 damage. It's just its wave 1 and its wave 2 are going to be rather anemic with not a ton of damage flying around. NP1 with anti-undead, assuming you can do it, it's going to get even better. It's not making a huge bump up there, but it is something nonetheless. And at these sort of numbers, any amount's going to help. So it's definitely going to be something you'll want to do. And then with man trait, especially, the numbers are going to get a lot better. Remember, she's super effective, and you're going to end up having Koyan Skaya's numbers basically added in. And so then with both, the numbers are actually pretty darn respectable. At that point, you should be capable of handling a lot of nodes as long as they're not a 90++ or something like that. At NP2, you're already getting a lot better as things just start getting even stronger as we start heading towards NP5 here. We'll zoom in just so you guys can see the last little bracket over here. But yeah, certainly damage numbers can get a little bit better when you're in a comp. But like I said, these are still not like crazy damage numbers, and we're going to kind of show that right out of the get-go, as essentially, even in our best case scenario with both niches in play, we're only at 224. With just the man super effective, we're at 206, and with just undead, we're only at 129, which undead's going to be the one that you probably can count on the majority of the time. So with that, here is a Summer Umu comp, basically where we've got 2 times Koyan Sky of Light, an Oberon, and a level 100 cranking, as well as a Neo plug suit. Also the anti-man being added in here for Koyan. So you can see here that essentially the second we just look at her NP1 numbers here, we're pretty much already beating the pants off of basically Summer Wu. As even anti-undead's not going to be enough, you're literally going to need man, of which point at 206, you now pretty much equal her without man. The thing is, if it is man, we already denoted that you can take Koyan Sky of Light and give man trait to her, bumping you up to 283, which just means that NP1 of the 5-star is going to beat NP1 of the 4-star. I mean, that's not really that big of a revelation at that point, but it is what it is. As we start to look at NP2, though, we maybe get a little bit more competitive in these sorts of scenarios, as we definitely can start to see a little bit of an edge forming. But that's assuming you're also not having NP2, for instance, of somebody like Summer Umu, so it is what it is. The other important thing to denote here is Summer Umu has not had an NP interlude yet. So out of all the units here, Summer Umu is still kind of as is for how she was released all the way back on JP. Obviously, a unit like Oberon coming into the game really helped her out, but it is what it is. Summer Umu is sort of a baseline at this point that a lot of the other casters are going to get compared to. So let's compare to maybe some newer age technology, and that's going to be somebody like Ace, aka Tonalico. This is going to be a a Coin Sky of Light 2x Oberon, level 100 Black Grail, with a Neo Plug Suit and Anti-Man due to Coin Sky of Light. So right here, obviously the first two ways, because it's a double Oberon setup, not looking too good for Ace. But the second we start looking at wave 3 numbers, oh crap. This is just straight up superior. No matter what, we don't even have to consider niche. So then when we consider the fact that Koyin can provide the anti-man, and she can provide the anti-evil, and you can combine those, yeah, I mean, this is just going to outdo anything that Summer Wu can do no matter what, even at NP5. So that's definitely going to be something that you're going to end up having to consider, is that Summer Wu is probably not going to hold her own in the face of maybe some of the newer and better developed units, or again, maybe even some of the older units that have gotten a ton of upgrades. In comparison, though, we can also compare her to someone like Caster Ku. Now, Caster Ku himself here basically ends up being a very interesting case, as this is just NP1. It's double Koyan Skya Oberon, a level 100 Black Grail. So this is not a like, hey, I've managed to somehow get NP5 of the story locked 3-star. This is just NP1, which every single one of you should have for completing Fuyuki. And at that point, you can see, yeah, Caster Ku just kind of still wins in a lot of ways. So it is what it is. You also got the man trait here, basically with Koyan Sky of Light. So definitely a little bit more capability. This is why I'm saying that, to me, she's not really going to win the damage race, and you really shouldn't expect her to. Again, we can compare it to something like Daiko Kuten. This is obviously a quick caster here. We do have the anti-earth, not really an overlap here, but you can see maybe sort of the effectiveness and scaling in comparison. And then also somebody like Tai Sui, who is an alter ego. So remember, essentially, if these are all neutral numbers, that our casters like Wu are going to be dealing 2 times, whereas Tai Sui as an alter ego is only going to be dealing 1.5 times. So not as much of a benefit to him, but certainly you're guaranteed the 5th copy, and you also end up having capabilities that are going to allow, again, sort of anti-append here, anti-assassin there from the 3rd append, and even the ability to add in stuff like man trait due to Tai Sui's own unique situation. So definitely a ton of extra damage and firepower there. So yet another concerning issue, even though you might have that disparity in scaling. So again, my entire point in a lot of this is that we really shouldn't care too much about Wu's actual damage. It's important to be able to look at all of that, but it's important to also understand that where she's really going to fit in best is not as the devoted 3-turn looper. She will probably work best alongside other units. And that can be, again, units like, say, Gray, who also deal really nice damage to anti-undead. Or again, maybe even somebody like Ibuki, normal Saber Ibuki. Anybody that has that capability that to deal more damage against undead, Wu is going to help set them up all the time. Also, you can potentially use it to just set up people regardless and have the entire party just do that extra damage to undead foes. So don't forget that second skill is party wide. It's not just for Wu. So as she keeps changing enemies into undead, everybody keeps doing more damage to them. So that is an interesting aspect to her, and that's why I'm going to say she works best in one of those multi-damage dealer setups. So again, you're going to be taking Wu, another damage dealer, and probably 2 supports. Maybe Koyanskaya's, maybe an Oberon. It just depends on what you're trying to do. So let me know what you guys think about Caster Wu. She's a very interesting character nonetheless. Again, which Ascension is best here? And what exactly are you guys' plans for rolling this summer? Which banners are you going to be going after? I'll be curious to hear you guys' thoughts, and I will see you guys for the next one. Okay. Also, she's illegal. I don't think this form of her is illegal. I think this form of her is the adult form. I believe that's what they're 100% going for. Because you can see compared to her assassin form, she is simultaneously taller and seemingly a little bit older in terms of body. Yeah, there you go. She is physically older than when she was an assassin. You are straight up getting told that. 100% because they wanted to avoid those accusations. Right, I was glad they didn't make her a child again. I was too, at least for the purposes of the swimsuit, right? Close to her form in her consort days? Yep, probably. She has no child servant trait. That too. Yeah, this form doesn't have that, so. Okay, now chat. Congrats on another successful video. Thank you. We're not done. We're not done. I got one more I gotta do with you guys, which is kind of rough because for some odd reason my voice is feeling a little bit spicy right now. Oh, why is my dashboard not loading? Okay, that was really weird. Mail banner? I'm not going to give you guys the entire mail banner, but I will give you guys Doman. I swear Tai Sui is the gift that keeps on giving. Avalon didn't like that question. I don't blame him. I don't like that question either. Okay. Is ailment affliction? I don't think you get any specific extra for curse damage. Not. You know what? Hold on. It just on that page. Curse you, Baal! Gotta see if I can like I gotta see if I can get my voice to sound like him and record that line myself, right? Yeah, anyone remember the name of the curse craft essence? We literally just looked at it. It was the not mash. what's her face? Walking Among the Stars. It was something like that. Walking in the Spring Breeze? No, that's not it. Yeah, Jack Demolay. I can find it that way, actually. The Method to Walk on the Star. You were close, Lemonade. I can't blame you for that one. That's just ridiculous. That's if I had to complain about anything, it's that fandom's search function is just hot garbage. Like it almost never actually gives you the results that you need when you try to do it. You have to already know what you're looking for to search for stuff. And it's kind of crap in that regard. I wish that it was better at finding close positives in that sense. You can't get MP6? No, I don't really roll for MP6. Really? Okay. Oh crap, what's the name of that? Is it Chocolate Love? Chocolate Heaven. God damn it. Mm. May as well throw traces in here. What's the benefit of MP6? It's really just having a quote unquote perfected unit where you have all three appends. I'm gonna laugh because I'm gonna show it to you on Doman, and I think it's his actually is something. His is anti-alter ego. There's technically some synergy here, but so like this is alter ego and alter ego violence, right? Like usually with a unit, you can grab the mana loading and then one of the other append skills. And at NP5, you can still 120. The stupid part is you need NP6 to do it where you get all three append skills and 120. So a lot of people do it. I don't recommend it. I say a lot of people. That's giving it too much credit. There are a lot of content creators and like mega whales that try to consider it. Your vast majority of people don't. And I know that. But yeah, I'm not going to say it's not a thing. It is a thing. Just that, like, odds are most people don't do it. And at that point, to me, it's not really worth it. It's not worth the cost of trying to roll another SSR just to be able to say, well, I have all the append. Most of the time, the append isn't even good. So, like, especially, I'll give you guys an example. Any berserker out there, you don't need it. I'm actually trying to remember what is Archivid's third. We went over it the other day, but anti-foreigner as a moon cancer? Yeah, I don't give a shit. I know she's like anti-chaotic, but I don't give a crap. That's nothing to me. Sent you the answer. Yeah, I was just curious. If you didn't answer, I would have still gone on. Uh which isn't different than normal. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I I was curious. So, thank you for that. Um Ooh, spicy. Yeah, and then he's got the right. Oh, I'm curious what they say. Hey Avalon. They disagree with you. They left out the breakpoint. I think this is probably a like cut and paste that they put in here. Is why, right? Like yeah, I know. That's why I'm like I think it's just they literally like just cut it from somebody else and put it in there. Anyways, I'll now I'm glad you did it because now I won't read them that. Okay, so chat, we're gonna talk Doman and but specifically behind the scenes, I was asking Avalon for a little bit of information on the death rates because Doman's a very death centric unit, and I wanted to get this one right for you guys. And you guys could see we were kind of sitting there as I was looking at the notes that fandom has, and I don't agree with them. So it's a thing, right? Like, but again, it is what it is. We'll have some interesting stuff to say. So let's go ahead and get started here. I saw someone say live stream for NA is on the 17th. Is that true? Yes, I will be covering it with you guys. Again, live streams normally go live like literally like during my time slot. So like straight up, like when I normally stream 7 p.m. my time to like 11 p.m. And we normally get a live stream at like 9 p.m. So it's like right in my wheelhouse. So we'll be covering that. I'll probably get live that day. Do my normal spiel and then and handle some stuff maybe before the live stream and then do that. Which I'm trying to remember because I think we still have half cost embers through the live stream. Like I think it's until we go down for what I assume will be maintenance that night. What's the 7-6 advanced quest? Good question. I don't know off the top of my head. I would tell you to go look at the fandom and see which one released on that day, or just do them all. That also works. We need sound effects. Yeah, I don't know about that. You got one, chat. Okay. Actually, real quick here before I do this, let me see when Doman's next banner is, so I can answer that question. Arctic Summer World, Lucky Bag Summoning Campaign, 8th Annie, Ordeal Call Part 2 Summoning Campaign. Okay, potential spoilers here. I'm gonna quickly rush it off the screen. It shouldn't be, just like again, it's just the banner. So that's September 8th of last year. So September 8th of next year. So roughly about a year from now. Might be worth a mention as well. Yeah, they were bringing up the new Mystic Code, which I can. Shoomp. Okay. Alrighty, let's begin. Let me take another swig here real fast. I just noticed that the sound on my computer is muted. And I'm okay with that. Okay. Hey guys, my name's Khadroth, and today I'm going to be talking to you about Ashia Doman. Now, Doman was a very interesting unit. He was very popular on JP when he first came out, particularly amongst the female fan base. And he came to us with the 5.5 Lost Belt 5.5 reveal, basically. We knew he was going to be there. He was teased in story long before that point, but that's essentially when he came out to us. Now, Doman's finally coming back, so you guys are actually going to get a servant analysis for me on him. He is a limited unit. He's going to be our male 5-star for this Arctic Summer World event, this year's summer event. Again, he doesn't have a ton of banners, but he has had a couple over time. So he'll be coming back here. His next one will not be until the second Ordeal Call campaign, basically. Roughly going to be next September at that point. And so it's going to be about a year after this if you want to wait and not roll him here. But regardless, we're going to try to make the case for Doman because Doman is a very powerful unit if used correctly. A lot of people look at him and maybe don't understand how strong he actually is just at face value of reading his kit. So we're going to talk to you guys exactly why Doman is not only an amazing farmer, but also just a pretty good challenge unit overall. And let's go ahead and kick it off by telling you that Doman is an AoE 5-star quick alter ego. Now, that might have some of you going, well, hold on, he's quick. I'm not maybe too keen on quick. Well, for starters, you've got Summer Scotty coming out right here and now as well. And you've also, again, can look at certain units in the quick category and say that they kind of defy the odds. They go against conventional wisdom. They are good regardless of whatever situation you're really trying to put them in. Doman's going to be one of those. If you guys are familiar with certain other units like that, like a la Van Gogh and stuff, where they maybe don't fit into the conventional mold, Doman's going to be more of that same. And we're going to show you why he's good. So to begin with here, you guys can see he's got about 12.2k attack. This is actually fairly strong, particularly for an alter ego. It's a nice number. His HP values, though, on the flip side here, a little bit anemic. Not necessarily the best of stats for him. He does have hard survivability in his kit, though, so we're not too worried about it. His Earth attribute just has an absolutely normal star absorption for his class and 9.7 star generation rate, again, as a quick unit. Definitely a nice thing. And he's going to have 0.7 NP charge attack, so a little bit higher than average type of NP gain stat there. He's got 4% NP charge defense, which is the amount that he will get charged by every hit of every attack that he takes, and a 25% death rate. His alignment is chaotic evil, and that should be no surprise in any regard, and that will come into play a little bit later here. His gender is unknown, and I keep calling him a he, but it is what it is. He is costume owning, demonic, divine, humanoid, immune to pigify, non-hominidae servant, servant, weak to enema elish, and with his costume that he will be getting here, summer mode servant if you have it on. So in that regard, he can also gain the benefits of some of those summer specific buffs. So talking about his deck here, he's got a singular buster card, and that may or may not be the best sort of setup for him. Obviously, if we're talking about NP gain types of setups, this deck is actually fantastic. He's got 2 4-hit quick cards, and again, 2 3-hit arts cards with, as we already mentioned here, an above average NP gain stat. So definitely not bad. But with Summer Scotty coming into the game and maybe a little bit more of a focus on both buster and quick cards for quick units, as we start to see crits maybe being a little bit more desirable and popping off, we certainly would have preferred the second buster card instead of a second arts. That being said, the second arts card absolutely is going to help him get back to an NP should he have to do it the hard way, so I can't look that gift horse in the mouth as it's still going to be a really good thing. Just keep in mind that singular buster card is the only one you're going to get when you start counting cards. Taking a look at his active skills here, you can see we have quite the grocery list here of effects. He's going to reduce all enemies' attack for 3 turns by 20%, reduce their defense for 3 turns by 30%. So again, this will enhance your damage if you level this up. He will inflict terror status 1 time for 3 turns, which basically means that there is a chance to debuff them every turn, basically with stun for 1 turn. It will also inflict confusion status for 3 turns, which has a 30% chance to activate the debuff below every turn, which is again going to be skill seal. And then on top of all of that, so he has a chance to stun and a chance to skill seal, he will just straight up curse the enemies basically with 500 damage for 3 turns. So definitely a nice thing. You're also going to scale up the terror activation chance as you level the skill, and it will cap out at 40% there. All of this on a 6-turn cooldown. So definitely a lot going on there as of the first skill. Second skill here grants himself gut status 2 times 5 turns. So not even 1 time, just 2 times guts. He actually has a double stack there. And it does revive him with up to 3,000 HP here, which is definitely not a bad amount. Definitely a nice thing to have. But here's the real kicker, and this is where things are going to start to maybe eye-open for a lot of you guys with regards to Doman. He's going to increase the critical damage of allies that have evil alignment for 3 turns, and of allies that are chaotic alignment for 3 turns. So you can double stack this. Basically, if an ally is chaotic evil, they will get not just 50% extra crit damage, but 100% at that point. And guess what? Doman himself is chaotic evil, so he gains the benefit of this. But it doesn't stop there. You see, one of the major tactics by which people run someone like Doman is double Doman. So as a result, one of the compositions you're going to see very frequently is this sort of double stacking of these basically evil and chaotic buffs. So he is chaotic and evil, so he will be the beneficiary of his own skill. But also, if you're running double Doman, he's now doubling each of these. So this is not even 100% extra crit damage. This is now 200%. And this starts to get crazy. because this is not even considering things like Scotty buffing and everything else in there. So you obviously have a ton of potential with regards to someone like Doman. In that sense, again, this is on a 7-turn cooldown, so you need to use it well, but it is still a very, very powerful skill, and it doesn't stop there. As we get to the third skill, and you can see it's going to charge his own gauge by 80%. This is a very auspicious number, as we are going to be able to combine this with a maxed out mana loading to just mean Doman can kind of go 0 to 100 with the press of a button. So it's very, very nice that he has that, and it's definitely going to help out because Doman actually will, even though he has higher than average NP gain, actually have refund issues. And we're going to talk about that in a little bit. But you can see here the second effect of this skill is that it's going to enhance the attack of allies that are evil and allies that are chaotic for 3 turns. So again, guess what? Doman gets to double this up. He gets 40% himself. And if you're doing double Doman, congratulations, he's now going to have 80%. So that is a dumb number, just considering it's just Doman basically self-buffing. Yes, obviously there are other supports that you can take. They are going to enhance it, and there are other units you can take. Anyone else that is evil or chaotic, or especially evil and chaotic, is probably going to be the nice beneficiary of Doman's second and third skills. And so it's a really, really nice thing. It's also going to inflict curse for 5 turns to all enemies of 2,000 there. So definitely another nice effect, as again, it's going to stack with the curse on his first skill. You can get double curse stacks, and again, you can choose how to manipulate these should you be trying to make sure that there's just always curse damage on an enemy. Now, we get to his passive skills here, and he gets Territory Creation B to enhance those 2 3-hit arts cards for an additional 8%. Item Construction A here to increase his own debuff success rate. Going to be really nice with stuff like that Terror. And then again, Magic Resistance A to just increase his own debuff resistance by 20%. And then Darkness Essence, a sort of unique form of divinity here where he is just going to have flat damage added to all of his attacks, but also increase his own instant kill success rate by 20%. Definitely a nice thing there. He has the rare High Servant trait that doesn't really do anything in the game at the moment. And then Hedonism EX, that's going to increase his own NP generation rate when taking an attack. So again, that NP charge defense stat's going to get 20% better, basically. And now you can see here we get to his appends. As we already mentioned, Doman has an 80% charge skill. So yes, the mana loading is absolutely, guaranteeably the first choice for everybody. This is not even really debatable. You can certainly try not to, but my advice is still going to be to go with mana loading just to secure his ability to get to his NP under only his own power. This does mean that Doman can function in a way where he can crit entire waves down and then charge his own NP up and take out other waves. This means that Doman functions really well in oddly structured nodes. Say, for instance, a 3-1-2 type of setup. Doman's going to functionally NP the first wave, and then basically in a double Doman setup, they're just going to crit down the middle wave, and the second Doman's going to handle the final wave. Probably you're going to want the higher NP level Doman to be able to handle that final wave, but regardless, this is a strategy that works. It is extremely fast. It is extremely intuitive and easy. So it is something that a lot of whales use. It's something that a lot of people that have a robust Doman do to get through a node. You don't always have to, particularly if we're starting to talk about not even like 90 plus content, but just maybe say 90 content. Doman can very easily probably card his way through. 90 plus content, it may depend on your NP levels, and 90 plus plus, it's definitely going to depend on NP levels and capability. But it is something that is relatively fast and easy. The most difficult part about this sort of thing is, depending on your friends list, finding a second well-equipped domain to bring alongside your own. If you do have a domain up on support, definitely going to help you. If you don't, obviously it might be difficult depending on the circumstances to find one. But you don't have to use him in a double domain setup if you don't want to. His third append here is anti-alter ego, and while there is some level of synergy here, it's really not a big deal. I don't really recommend this append in that regard. So instead, I'm going to tell you that if you're going to get anything else to get this extra attack finesse, should you maybe need a little extra oomph on him, maybe getting a Brave Chain and trying to crit a single enemy down, this would definitely help, as it enhances not just damage, but also star gen and NP gen. Now, with Noble Phantasms, we obviously have the concern of all those extra traits flying around, but then we start to add a little bit of extra stuff here. So he's got a 5-hit AoE quick NP. It deals damage to all enemies, then inflicts curse status to them for 1000 damage 5 turns. So Doman has not 1, not 2, but 3 stacks of curse damage across his entire kit. He then has a 120% chance to instant kill that target, which is definitely an interesting thing. You see, Doman can work in a way in which, let's imagine that 3-1-2 type of setup, where he might just death proc the entirety of that front wave. That might be a thing that you don't have to worry too much about. Remember, this is a 120% chance to instant kill, but he also does have the extra 20% from his Darkness Essence passive. So where that's going to end up mattering is, again, on some of these lesser rarity type of enemies. This is an especially useful tactic to be employed against fodder type of foes. So we're talking about specifically here non-servant enemies. Servants have a much lower death rate for you to try to death proc against. But against non-servant enemies, well, things start to get a little bit more interesting. Usually it goes in the pecking order of gold, silver, and then bronze. Gold being the most difficult to death proc, silver being moderately difficult, and bronze usually being relatively easy. And in this set of circumstances, Doman should be able to should be able to death proc most bronze enemies. So in that regard, you're going to be pretty solid. Essentially, any enemy with a 70% death rate, Doman should be capable of handling on his own, flat out. And then from there, it's going to scale down. Now, the interesting thing to denote is NA did just get a new Mystic code. The Soya High School uniform came out with 7th anniversary. And the second skill on this Mystic code does have the ability to, again, reduce one enemy's instant kill resistance for 1 turn. So there is some, again, good synergy here with someone like Doman, who maybe doesn't need the capability to kind of have any other sort of buffing going on. You might just need that extra little edge to secure the death proc against certain foes. And I know what you're thinking. Well, this surely is going to work against a lot of bronze enemies, probably even some silvers, but surely it won't work against golds. Well, that actually depends. It can be relatively still consistent depending on what you're doing. And this is something important that I think you guys need to understand, is that death rate does depend on the type of enemy you're hitting. We just told you it doesn't really work on servants and that the rarity is a factor, but so is the type of enemy. Certain enemy types, like undead, are more prone to getting death procced. I know that sounds kind of ironic because they're already undead, but it is the way it works. It's just the way these sorts of things happen. If you're curious to know more about this, again, I highly recommend going and checking out my video on Death Explain, Instant Death Explain. That is where I go through the entire formula for how things are calculated and talk about these concepts at large so that you guys can understand it better. But yes, needless to say, the Soya uniform there is something else that you can include to try and help out this NP with its death proc. On top of that, you also have his overcharge effect, and this is going to inflict evil curse status for 5 turns to them. What this does is it just increases the amount of curse damage on them, and the amount of the increase is going to scale with overcharge. This means we don't really care about Doman's overcharge too much because his curse damage probably not going to be too much. But needless to say, he does at least have that ability to scale that up by, pretty much doubling it. So certainly if you're getting, say, 1,000 damage for 5 turns here, we can call that 5,000 damage. And if we double that up with the overcharge effect, that 5,000 becomes 10,000. And it doesn't really stop there. Sorry, I just drew 1,000 instead of 10,000. It doesn't really stop there, as again, he does have a curse effect on his 3rd skill that can go all the way up to 2,000 over 5 turns. So that's 10,000, double that, it becomes 20. Same thing with the 1st skill here, as this is 500 for 3 turns. So that's 1,500, double that, that's 3,000. So he's got quite a bit of potential in his curse damage there. It's not readily apparent on the outset, but if you do end up taking him into a challenge environment, maybe something where it's a little bit more crit centric, maybe something even with Van Gogh who likes to control the curses to some degree. It's totally up to you how you wish to do it, but it is something that you can maybe work to your advantage and get a lot of extra firepower and damage out of in the long run. So it is an interesting thing nonetheless. Now, with that in mind, let's go ahead and talk about potential setups for Doman. Already mentioned the double Doman setup, so trying to use something like Kaleidoscope can be a thing if you wanted basically not to have to crit down a wave and you wanted maybe a triple NP type of setup. Or maybe you wanted a double Doman NP without having to rely on a second Doman. Either way, that's where something like K-Scope is going to come in. Obviously, though, for most of you guys, something like Black Grail is just going to be really solid. You can also use things like, again, basically Victor of the Moon, that also are all attack scaling, give, maybe Buster up, but give that extra crit damage. Heck, even just normal quick CEs can also be really good. The important things that you're going to want to focus on with Doman are either NP damage to help out his NP, or something that's going to affect his overall firepower. Something that is maybe going to not only help the NP, but also the carding. So it's totally up to you. There's a lot of potential choices. Heck, even something like Chocolate Heaven can be a really solid option, given that it doesn't have any starting charge and can increase quick NP damage and NP gain performance, should Doman need just that extra little bit of refund to kind of push him over the edge. If you really are desperate for some odd reason to start him out at 50%, Traces of Christmas can also be a decent one, though admittedly it's not going to necessarily be the best thing for him. However, later on down the line with the Wangina World Tour event coming next year on NA, we are going to have the capability of basically increasing damage to enemies that have curse status on them with a craft essence. So this is a sort of Honey Lake type of CE. It's not as strong as Honey Lake, but it is at least still a powerful effect that would impact not only the NP, but also the carding. So definitely an interesting thing as long as you can keep curses on the enemy. In that regard, equipping something like curse command codes like Drowsy Bomb, Knight of the Abyssal Sanctuary, Beguiling Amulet, and Legendary Beast of the Grove are all going to allow you to kind of get more cursing out of Doman's cards. But again, you can definitely equip things that increase his crit damage or just his overall trait type damage to a particular foe should you need it. Any one of those is an applicable option for something like Doman. Now, with that in mind, let's talk the actual refund numbers here. And basically to start out with, we're going to consider 2 times Summer Scotty here, alongside a Doman against 3 neutral targets. So with that in mind, this is going to be sort of a typical double Scotty type of setup. you're going to be looking at Doman essentially at 3 out of a potential 15 overkill hits. So again, this is basically 3 enemy wave, 5 hits for the NP, times the 3, that's your 15. So at 3 out of 15 overkill hits, that means 1 hit of overkill for each enemy. Literally, it just means we killed the enemy, because if you kill the enemy, you'll get 1 hit of overkill at minimum. So in that regard, at 3 overkill hits, you're looking at functionally 26.57 refund. That's not a good even number. That's not a breakpoint by any means. Doman's not going to have the best refund numbers. The good news is this number is over 20%, which does mean that if you manage to NP without using his charge skill, he would still easily be able to pop his charge skill and do it again. So that is a easy thing. From there, we can also kind of point out the fact that if you can get to maybe 7 out of 15 overkill hits in this scenario, that you can get to 29.79, or a nice even 30% breakpoint on him. If we start considering this against 3 riders, say, instead, then you can hit that 29%, that 30% breakpoint there with just 3 out of the 15 overkill hits. So again, not neutral, but something where he's actually getting a little bit of extra damage. The only problem is, if we start considering Assassin, that number to hit that breakpoint goes to 11 out of 15, which is pretty much untenable. That's not going to be a really achievable numbers. You'll not really be able to hit it against Berserkers because it require all overkill hits. And against 3 casters, you literally only need to kill 1 enemy of 3 enemies in order to get to 30% refund. So certainly not bad. Talking about these charge scenarios here, let's go ahead and depict them for you. So this is going to be Doman against riders and casters, basically. We're going to be, again, this is just going to be focusing on Doman in a conventional single damage dealer type of setup. You could obviously, like we mentioned, use multiple Domans in that strategy, but this is going to be doing double Summer Scotty with an Oberon here as a third support. So him having the append, his 80% charge, pop that right out of the gate, get those 3 turns of anti-chaotic evil attack damage up. And again, you got a Black Grail here, so he's just going to go ahead and take both the Scotty quick ups there, probably their second skills as well, and then fire off his NP and get a ton of damage potential. And then from there, he's only going to refund that 29%. You're going to combine this, though, by utilizing one of the Scotty's charge skills, rotating her out, pulling in an Oberon, and that's going to get you his 20% charge to bring you up to full again. It's actually 99%, but it will round up for you automatically. So from there, that's going to end up being 100%, and you're going to fire off the NP for the second wave. At that point, he's going to refund the 29% again, and you're just going to go ahead and use the 2 remaining 50% charge kills and not care at all. So that's going to allow you to fire off the NP a third time, and he's just going to go ahead and do his job. It's pretty much the exact same deal against neutral, but it is going to require 7 out of 15 overkill hits to do it this particular way if you want to 3-turn with him, because sort of it's the exact same setup, but it's kind of requiring you to get to that even breakpoint again. Doman essentially against 3 assassins, though, certainly has it easier. It's the exact same setup, but again, you guys can see the refund numbers are just a little bit cleaner at this point. We don't care a little bit as much, but it is going to require, again, sort of nice overkill hits in that regard. This is going to be, again, I believe the 11 out of 15 scenario. It's not really as doable. And then certainly at this point, we also end up having the Berserker, but you guys can see it's going to require 6 out of 15 overkill hits in wave 1, which is definitely going to be a problem. Oh, sorry. Yes, this is the Choco Heaven CE is what we did. We switched off of Black Grail. So this one's not as hefty as the 11 out of 15 like I was stating before. And again, you guys can see here, this one is also going to be more of the same, as the Choco Heaven CE is going to allow only 6 out of 15 instead of 15 out of 15 really going to end up making it a little bit more palatable to be able to hit these refund numbers. But ultimately, it's the exact same. And that's basically how Doman's going to function in a sort of devoted damage dealer type of setup, rather than him being part of the actual support roster alongside another Doman. So with that in mind, let's go ahead and take a look at Doman's damage with self buffs only. Now, this may seem a little bit higher than maybe some of the other units. Now, remember, this is neutral. This is not including supports. This is not including Mystic Codes. This is not including Craft Essences. But it is including his own buffs, and he does buff his own. He does buff himself with his own traits. So that's where, again, his damage numbers are kind of nice. Just keep in mind, he is an alter ego, so he's only going to be getting the 1.5 times effectiveness instead of 2 times. Like, say, if this were against maybe like an assassin, he would be getting 1.5 times, but a caster would be getting 2 times. Just keep that in mind, that it allows the damage to be stretched, further than if it's neutral, but not a whole lot. And these are just neutral numbers for the purposes of our calculations. Now looking at Doman in an actual comp, this is again going to be versus Riders and Casters. This is 2 times Summer Scotty, Oberon, a level 100 Black Grail. You guys can see these are still neutral numbers, even though it's versus Riders and Casters. We're saying that mostly for the refund purposes. But again, there you go. 329k at NP1. That's definitely not too shabby. It's going to be multiplied by 1.5 times, and you're going to get to see definitely a interesting amount of, again, damage there. NP2 is going to get to bump these numbers up even more. And then basically, we're also going to end up having the Chocolate Heaven scenario. This is going to be against Assassins and Berserkers, where you're going to need a little bit more refund to help you out. So this is going to be, again, 2 times Summer Scotty with Oberon here. And you can see basically the numbers are certainly going to be lessened. It's not going to have that same punch, particularly on wave 3. It still is going to be very nice, very doable for a lot of scenarios, but that is going to be the trade-off of switching from something like Black Grail to something like Chocolate Heaven, which is not a bad craft essence, but obviously just doesn't have that same firepower. It has more of its itemization devoted to refund and that sort of thing. So now with that in mind, we can also begin to look at some of the other competitors. Now, JP did just have a new unit come out here. So with that in mind, let's go ahead and take a look. This is Azumi no Isora, aka Hibiki and Chikagi, if I remember their names correctly. So again, both of these are going to end up being another AoE quick alter ego. So at least somewhat of a direct competitor to someone like Doman. They have the anti-chaotic niche, whereas Doman doesn't really have a niche so much as his niche is just buffing chaotic and evil. So in that regard, Azumi no Isora at NP1 here, not necessarily dealing crazy damage, but hey, the second you get them into that super effective niche there, they are absolutely dealing solid damage. So definitely somebody that can give Doman a run for their money in terms of raw damage output, but still not top dog in the alter ego department. Next, we're going to look at Okitan here, and Okitan is an AoE buster alter ego. So we're going to be doing Okitan 2 times Koyan Sky of Light, and Oberon, a level 100 cranking, which is the best starting point CE they can use, and a Neo plug suit. You're also going to have Anti-Man here due to Koyan Sky of Light. And so we can see at NP1 we got 285, which compared back to Izumi no Isora, you're at 287 right there. So pretty much neck and neck. Somebody like Doman here, a little bit worse if we're comparing, again, the Chocolate Heaven numbers. But with the Black Grail, he's still kind of winning this race. So it definitely is going to depend, though, because again, you can see, obviously, we get Sky Trait as part of Okitan's kit now, and that's going to be a really solid number. There's also potentially Man, which is very similar number because, again, it's same sort of modifier there, even though it's against a slightly different trait. And so you have a little bit of a fluctuation there where they're not the exact same due to Okitan's own trait, but it is going to be a case of, again, very similar effect. And then, don't get me wrong, you should never have a scenario where these two are combined, but in theory could be should you find the right set of circumstances. Either way, definitely going to be a nice sort of setup for Okitan. But get prepared to have your socks blown off in that regard, because next up we've got our damage queen, and that's Tiamat. Now, Tiamat is a unit that's going to be coming out next year on NA during the Arcade collab, and basically this is going to be a double Koyan Sky of Light, Oberon, and level 100 Black Grail setup. So again, it's a Buster unit that can Black Grail loop. At that point, just NP1 without any other consideration just wins. And that's kind of one of the issues that Tiamat's going to have when she comes out, is that she is just a huge jump up in damage compared to her counterparts. Add in the fact that you can get anti-man from Koyanskaya of Light, and boom, there you go. There is some just crazy damage numbers there. And remember, these are neutral numbers, so these get multiplied by 1.5 times, since we are probably going to be in that sort of Calvary niche. I have been saying 1.5 times, but again, Ultra Ego can get 2 times against things like Foreigner, so keep that in mind. There is that potential to get even higher. Rasputin's going to be coming out this next New Year's, and he is going to be Castoria with Oberon, a level 100 Black Grail, and a Neo Plug suit. He's an arts unit. He's a little bit more focused on survival and challenge content, but he can still pump decent numbers. He's just not going to be able to get kind of to that same level as some of the others. And then, honestly, one of the other elephants in the room that everybody on NA should have right now is Tai Sui. He's our other arts candidate here with 2 times Castoria, Oberon, a level 100 Black Grail, and a Neo Plug suit. Obviously, NP5, it's still respectable there, as you're going to be having NP5 him due to him being, again, a welfare. But then that man trait's just going to have him blow a lot of other people out of the water for some really, really solid damage. So keep in mind, again, just Tai Sui is just going to be somewhat usable and useful for you guys. So as we start to compare back to, again, Doman's sort of best case scenario here, Doman can still pump good damage, but Doman's probable primary use and really true niche here is going to be, again, in just sort of trying to, maybe quickly NP, handle a wave, also utilizing the skills to crit enemies down. So him being sort of a hybrid damage dealer / evil chaotic support is really his main calling. He works best in those sort of speed comps where there are multiple damage dealers, and he just kind of goes burr and gets the cards and crits stuff down and NPs. That's truly his strongest use for most circumstances. And it is very powerful, again, assuming you can pull it off. If you're worried about it, hopefully you find a friend that has a Doman for you that can put one up with an appropriate craft essence that can definitely help you find them and form these comps. You guys can also, again, try to make new friends, try to follow people, you name it, if you're worried about trying to be able to find people that have him on the support list. So again, Doman is a very, very powerful unit. He is going to be getting a costume here this summer, but are you going to roll for him? Let me know what you guys think. Maybe you already have him. Maybe you're going to be deferring rolling until his next banner. Be curious to hear you guys' thoughts. How do you feel about the costume? Which Ascension form is best? I will see you guys for the next one. There you go, chat. Is Bond C also helps in addition? Yeah, I probably should have mentioned that, but it be what it be. Just a second, chat. Okay. Reyes Leonata, thank you for the follow. He's just a really good support DPS. He really is. I feel like, when you've used a double Doman comp, you know how good it can be. It's just like ha 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 ha, ha boom 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 boom, and you fly through the node. It's difficult to really paint that picture, but it truly is. It's like if again, like at the beginning of stream, we were talking about like Van Gogh critting and that being a fun thing to do, and it's like, well, it's not that consistent, but you can do it and it is fun. Doman critting's fairly consistent, particularly like, to give you guys an example, you could do something like maybe double Doman and Scotty against assassins, and then even if you get the Scotty cards, Scotty is going to be somebody that is still an effective unit. So it can definitely be a thing. You can also do units that maybe have like a star battery and stuff like that in their kit in order to allow them to pop off. Anybody that can help out Doman that is also anti-chaotic evil themselves, that's really the wheelhouse there. Doman's kid has so much meme potential. I love it. Oh yeah, he's great. Van Gogh is also chaotic evil. Yeah, Van Gogh is a nice pairing with him, and because of all his curse damage, right? So he gets curse here, he gets curse here, and he gets curse here. So he has 3 sources of curse, not including things like command codes. And Van Gogh thrives off curses. Van Gogh loves curses. So it's one of those deals where it's like, oh yeah, there's a lot of synergy there. I'm doing the relationship booster event for BB Chan. Any advice on fighting a beast class servant? Are you fighting Kiara? I assume. Like, are you doing the CCC main interlude? Van Gogh is a cursed vacuum to Doman's lawnmower. Exactly. Doman's not even necessarily that. Doman's out there just throwing seed on the lawn, and she's just gobbling it all up. Man, Summer Scotty. Summer BB would be interesting since she's chaotic evil and can card lock. Yep, and generate stars per turn. Yeah, there's a lot of potential, particularly if you don't need the turn 1. Summer Scotty at least can get you that not only stars per turn, but also that turn 1 star bomb too. So that's going to be kind of one of the things you got to watch out for with him, is again getting somebody in there that can actually like sort of facilitate doing what he likes to do. Now, she is at least chaotic. She's chaotic Summer though, so she's not going to gain the benefit of, again, the evil side of things. But heck, in a double Doman comp, it'd be the same as her getting buffed by a single Doman for chaotic evil. She's getting double Doman buff just for chaotic, so it's still really, really nice. The CCC one? Oh god, it's been forever since I've done that, and it's funny because I've done it like 5 times. Usually with Kiara, you want some method of being able to either nuke her or just stay alive. My recommendation is trying to just debilitate her as much as possible with those actual like purchased effects that you can get from the shop in that, because that's probably the easiest way to just make her a little bit easier and to not have to worry about it too much. If Doman was existence outside the domain, he'd pair so well with Van Gogh. Oh yeah. I mean, he still does. You don't even need to have something like that for a good pairing. Because again, like it's been a hot second since we went over Van Gogh, right? But like, yeah, Van Gogh is just like disgustingly good. She's chaotic evil right there, and again, she has all the curse stuff, and then the ability to charge her own NP based off the number of curses. She basically recovers the party's HP, so she'll help keep it alive. She'll grant the party evasion. She'll reduce their quick resistance on enemies, and again, inflict curse to the party, then soak it right back, and basically, again, remove her own curse stacks with quick cards. So it's like, she just does some really, really interesting stuff. And again, she absorbs all enemies and the party's curses to herself with a third skill. So really, 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 really dumb. Plus, she can actually, again, if you're in a challenge environment, she can just stun lock the enemy, which is really, really good. I'm going to use class typing in my best servants. I may use my friend's Oberon. Just be careful with the Oberon that, like, if you get to that point where you're going to trigger his third skill, that you don't, like, use that unless you're sure you have a good shot of killing. Like, pay attention to how much MP damage you're doing to the Kiara, and don't trigger that third skill on Oberon on anyone until, like, you know it'll be a kill shot. Because if you do that, and you do it early, you're gonna brick your unit and they'll fall asleep and then you won't be able to complete it. So it's definitely a good issue to be aware of. I've seen videos on account stuff since I hopped back in. It's been really helpful. I got the NP3 arc, so I'm really happy. Nice. Congratulations. I'm glad to know the videos have been useful. I need Summer Scotty for Izumo. I'm all in now. All right, we found Avalon's actual account over on YouTube. But yeah, no, I wanted to go over the Doman one because as chat pointed out, like Doman was somebody that, like, he came out right before I started doing servant analyses, so he's somebody that slipped through the cracks. So it felt the need to do it. Would not call her Izumo. Her name is Okuni. Match. Yeah, I got you. No, it's fine. I always laugh, but yeah, it's just one of those deals where, look, I highly recommend getting Scotty, even if you don't think you have anyone yet that you want to use that's quick, because having her will mean that when you do get somebody, you can immediately use them and are up and online. I've told you guys this before. But, like, don't be that guy or girl. I'm not going to assume, right? But, like, don't be that person that goes, man, my favorite unit is so-and-so, and they are card type X. And then I'm not going to get the support for card type X. Like, why? Get the support. It's going to make your favorite unit better. And I don't know how to, like, phrase that any better for you. Get the support for your favorite unit. It will make your favorite unit better. It will make you happier. He's been out since Kyo. Yeah, 5.5. Yeah, so and so that we're clear, I did servant analysis before Doman came out. I didn't start recording them and putting them on YouTube until about like a year and a half ago now. Pretty much, chat, at the end of this year, I will have completed a full 2-year loop. I will have technically done like all the SSRs during that time period. Does that mean that I've done every SSR in the game? No, because I haven't done some of the more permanent SSRs and stuff. People that have been around a long time. So still plenty of units I can do servant analysis on. But, well, I'm not sure that I want to do one for every single unit in the game. I certainly could, but like, damn, if y'all want that, go check out Banner Review from the last year. It's 4 4-hour segments where, again, like 16 hours of footage where I just went over every damn unit. What about Hercules Bond C combined with Oberon's third skill? Will it still brick Herc? Hell yes, it will. Just because you got guts doesn't mean you ain't asleep. MP3 Okuni probably does damage. She do. I'm sure you can ask Avalon about that if you're ever curious. But again, that's them in a nutshell. So chat, we are done making videos. Means finally I can farm, and you can't stop me, chat. We're getting Castoria to 116. Let's go. I'll aboard this train. Did I stop? No, it's just during a long period there. Okay. Hmm. Just 1 second, chat. Okay. A bunch of people were glad. I got blamed for Okuni GSSRs happening among some friends in the community. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't have Okuni, right? If Okuni showed up in my Chaldea, like, today, I wouldn't be angry. I would just be like, oh, sweet, that's another new unit to use. Like, I didn't roll Okuni not because I disliked her. I didn't roll Okuni because I didn't need her. Like, I straight up like went like, oh man, I have way too many options already. She is not somebody that I need. I know what she's capable of, and I don't want to like spend the effort right now. So it's like, yeah, if it ever happens one day and like she shows up on a GSSR or something, I'm just gonna be like, like, again, I think I slotted her into my caster one for the Destiny order, right? So okay. Sorry, I'm just there we go. Hello, Gil. How's it going? My 120 melt is my single target caster. I see. Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting because I think FGO has that issue overall where like you can't really stop people from just using a berserker in some instances, right? Like especially if we're talking like farming, right? When we start talking challenge content, you definitely can. But if we're in content that can be easily 3-turned and the enemy never gets a chance to hit back, how are you going to stop someone from just going, ha ha ha, I go burr, right? Did you all the Summer 7 CE review? No, I did not. I mean, like, I went over it during the actual event review, but no, I didn't do anything more than that. I didn't see much point to it. I stopped grailing my Summer Nobu because she was too strong. Understandable. Okay. Yang is great with burns. Yang is always great with burns. Still hoping they give Yang another buff. I think they could give Yang a NP interlude or something like that, and it would not be the craziest thing in the world. At least I think, right? She hasn't had an NP interlude. It's really kind of weird because, and I kind of firmly believe this at this point, that our single targets need to get a lot better because there's so many of these like newer, more power creepy AoEs that like they're so strong as an AoE that they basically almost invalidate taking the single target, right? I think that's an issue. I think that should not be a thing. I think we need a scenario in which like, okay, well, that's the case, but now we have a much more powerful single target. And then I guess that would allow them to expand the actual like health values of single target enemies, but I don't know. Like, I'm not saying that I want them to do that, but it feels like the way they've currently set things up that they're headed for at least somewhat of a disaster in that regard eventually, that they'll have to do something to kind of like mitigate that. My biggest gripe with her is her battery, basically. Yeah, I mean, and I've said it before too, it's really weird that she's a challenge unit and that she ends up in a scenario where, like, she just doesn't actually have, like, that capability to be able to, like, oh, hey, you know, I just have a block charge. It's like, no, you're supposed to be going up against single target enemies because you're challenged in that regard, but your charge scales off of the number of enemies that it hits. So it's like, yeah, I don't get what they were trying to do. To me, if they really wanted to enhance that but still leave it intact, they'd probably just double it. And they'd say, okay, instead of getting 10, you now get 20 or maybe even 30. But that's probably a little bit too much. Do you think Arcuid needs a buff? No, not really. Arcuid's still incredibly strong. Like, Arcuid can only be called like or said to be needing a buff if we start to compare some of the top damage dealers in the game, right? And Arcuid is in that discussion. She's just not like natively there. She is there from getting extra NP levels that give her extra niche damage, which is not normal. Most other units do not scale their niche damage with their NP. Like, they might scale it with an overcharge effect, but not with their NP. I could see them giving a buff to a single target waves to reduce AoE damage taken. That's close to a nerf. It might not be, but if depending on how pervasive they made that, that would be pretty oof, right? We rolling, huh? Come on, rainbow rolls? Wait, what do you mean? If Arc or Spish gets a buff before Iskandar, I'll literally quit this game. Listen, I hate to say this to you guys, but I don't make friends when I say this. But if you start using rhetoric like, if X happens, I'll quit this game, I'm just going to go ahead and tell you to quit. I'm not saying it to be an ass. I'm saying it because if we actually do start thinking that way, it becomes an inevitability. So quit before you get frustrated because the game's not doing what you want it to, right? What's Moon Cancer's damage multiplier again? Well, the Moon Cancers are going to be neutral against most stuff. They're going to be 2 times effective against Avengers. Yeah, neutral just means 1.0. That's the easy way to think about it. Oh, the last song that was playing. I'm sorry. Maybe it's my headset. I have it like turned down and I can't even hear it half the time. But yeah, no, and the only reason why I say that, Ken, is like I have straight up seen like terrible fucking things that have happened like that. Where like, oh man, a unit that probably never should have gotten a buff got a buff well before a unit that desperately needed it, right? So it is what it is. When we getting another single target moon cancer, only having BB is something. I don't know. That's an interesting one. Because, like, BB's always been strong from the sense that she's a welfare, but, like, at least now they finally did give BB an NP interlude, and it did help out, because the problem that you had is BB was getting sort of overlapped in terms of damage output. Like AoEs were out damaging BB as a single target. So that was definitely an issue. There's no 5-star moon cancer? You mean single target? There's definitely a 5-star moon cancer. You're staring at one on the screen, right? Like, okay. BB got an MP interlude? Yeah, it happened with was it one of the CCC campaigns? Woo. Pack, I didn't see it, but thank you for the follow. And Fox, thank you for the 46 months. Appreciate it. When is Proto Merlin coming? Proto Merlin will probably be Thursday. I will be in P5 rolling Thursday with you guys. And I will also have a surprise for you that day. So I hope you guys are there for that. When does Ruler Artoria have a decent use case? So Ruler Artoria is sneaky strong in the sense that she actually is the most effective card manipulator in the game. A lot of people don't really get that about her, but if you do manage to combine her with basically double Koyanskaya, she works really well. In the sense that she can NP usually for 2 of the waves and handle things, and then crit one of the other waves. And usually that crit comes at a time where she has 100% crit damage, not just for herself, but for the entire party. So even if you don't get her cards, the rest of the party is also probably popping off. A lot of people don't seem to understand that that can be strong. It definitely can depend on the NP levels that you have. It definitely can depend on the enemies that you're facing. Like I've said, this works especially well against things like Berserkers or Riders, where your Koyanskaya will also be doing effective damage against them. And then naturally, because she's a ruler, obviously things like a Moon Cancer, but you rarely ever are going to encounter a Moon Cancer node, so... The rate of 5 stars being available and the gotcha rate give us way more buffs. And all these scattered buffs isn't helping when a lot of units need them. Yeah, I mean, like, I have no issue with them running a lot of banners. I think them running a lot of banners is perfectly fine. I think that's a really strong thing to have, because then you're getting more options, right? Like, it's better to have options than not. So, for instance, let's say you want to roll Jalter, and Jalter just had a banner, and you didn't get her, or you weren't around for it. When's the next banner? Would you rather wait 1 year or 3? I'd rather only have to wait a year, right? Like, and I'm not saying that's good either, but that's sort of why we have so many banners getting run concurrently. And god damn it, I keep popping that other skill. And I'm a-okay with that. I would rather have more options. I'd rather have a plethora of banners available, even if it's like, oh man, there's 9 banners up at the same time. Because that way you still have those options. You might miss the options, but at least you know that the unit will come back again in a relatively short time period. But that definitely is a concern, right? I do agree, though. I think the buffing is something that, at least for me, philosophically, I've said that the devs definitely need to be doing more buffing. But I can understand from their standpoint that the more they buff, the more they increase power creep in the game. The more it becomes an issue. It's just, I don't really know what they can do about it, because the power creep is their own fault, right? Like, and I mean that. Like, chat, power creep isn't your fault. Not my fault. It's the dev's fault. Straight up. And it's like, oh, well, maybe they're doing it for the player base because it's what the player base wants. And it's like, sure, me like big number, right? But, and like I said before, the case that we were making before the recordings was they could have released Oberon as is with only 2 skills, and everyone probably still would have rolled. Like, he's still that strong. So Oberon would have still been the game's first 70% charger. He would have still, there we go, rank 9. He would have still facilitated everybody with at least 10% charge to be able to 3-turn. So that would have been useful. He would have still worked right alongside Skaya and everything like that. He just wouldn't have that insane damage buff. Heck, you could have given him even like half that 3rd skill. You could have just given him the Buster buff, or you could have just given him maybe part of the NP damage boost, or maybe even just make the NP damage boost not affect something like Black Grail. All of those changes could have been made, and Oberon would have been a much more balanced unit. He would have still been strong, but he would have been much more like in the realm of normalcy. With the way he's currently implemented, though, yeah, no, Oberon just immediately basically took all existing damage numbers that existed in the game and just basically doubled them. Like, it's that nutty. So it's like, yeah, I don't know what the devs really were expecting when they did something like that. When you put somebody in the game that can suddenly double all the damage in the game, whose fault is that? So it's like, it is what it is, right? Like, but in that regard, I think it's like, yeah, we can sit there and say that they maybe need to be cognizant of that and not, why did I just, I don't know what I did there. That they maybe should not do all of those buffs, right? But yeah, I still think they should. I think that's kind of the issue that they're going to be dealing with, is no matter what happens, they will be headed towards a future in which there is increased power creep. So I think, to me, a future in which there's a ton of power creep but heavy imbalance is bad. A future in which there's even more, slightly more power creep than the first scenario, but everyone's in balance, I think that's better. I think I'll take that power creep, right? Oh, I shouldn't have done that either. Could have split the 50% into 30 and 20. I mean, you could have, right? I'm just saying, from a philosophical standpoint, right? Like, they really did not need to do that in order to have good damage. The game was going to have good damage just by Oberon being a 70%er. So it was a foregone conclusion at that point. Let's go with that. Thoughts on Hakuno, Fate Extra Pro Tag, becoming FGO's first single target moon cancer? I don't know that I want that. I don't know that I want a pro tag becoming a servant like that. Like, I mean, in the sense we've had like Rin, obviously, right? But like, I don't know that I want like literally the main person becoming it, because inevitably, in order for that sort of thing to happen, they have to make the character OP as dicks. Case in point, Iori, right? You're literally taking somebody that's supposed to be a normal human and putting them at servant level. They now have to be like crazy. So, or again, inhabited by a god. Vivi's only gotten the 3rd skill upgrade, no NP interlude. I could have sworn she had the NP interlude. Wait, was the 3rd skill the arts up? Was that what it was? And it enhanced damage, and that's what I'm thinking of? Yep, okay, yeah, sorry, that's my bad. It's funny, it's like, oh yeah, I still recognize what the buff is, even though I got it wrong, right? Sieg? What about Sieg? If they made Oberon more balanced, then it would be nice to see him not completely brick people maybe 3 turns. Yeah, I think that's kind of why they did it, is they said, let's give him a super strong skill with a super bad drawback. And I kind of see why, because what they did is they said, hey, here you go. Here's super strength for farming, but you want to use this in a challenge quest? You best not like miss, right? Like you best make sure that your damage is on point for that that final like wave there, or again maybe just the final break bar, right? Because if you don't, your unit's now bricked and you're scrambling to like cover and like make sure that you can actually like deal with the enemy before you get downed. So like, yeah, I think it's just, I think I would have preferred the, again, less damage approach, but more of that. Because I'll say this, and this is my personal feelings on the matter. I liked FGO's balance better pre-Oberon. What I mean by that is we were at a point where we could really say that you really didn't need to roll higher than, NP1 for anyone, that the majority of the content in the game could be all handled at NP1. And I say this, I used to tell people this, right? I stopped telling people this after Oberon. I stopped telling people this after 90++. So, well, sorry, not after Oberon. After Oberon came out, I still kept saying it until they did 90++. When they started doing that, when they started doing Road to 7 and then 90++ farm nodes, those two things made me stop telling people, yes, you just need NP1. This game just functions off NP1. No, the game doesn't function off NP1 anymore. And that's the unfortunate, sad nature. I preferred that sort of messaging to tell people because I think it just makes FGO sound so much more friendly, especially to new players, especially to free-to-play players. So I almost crave that capability to be able to like get to that point again where we can go like, hey, yeah, you know what? We don't have to have all that stuff. Single target units peaked with Draco and Zertorian since I have both. I probably won't look twice at new single targets. I mean, yeah, right? Like, I think the same thing was said about like Ibuki quite a bit and Melison quite a bit. And, well, then they made a more power creepy version, right? So it is what happens. And it's the only way that they can keep people interested in certain units and getting them, right? They have to keep moving the goalpost. So I think it's an inevitability. Your units will eventually sort of like, what's the word I'm going to use here? Kind of phase out. Not in the sense of like you can't use them, but in the sense of they are no longer top dog. They are maybe even going to struggle in some circumstances. In those points, I think it's important to realize that you're not just going to be able to sit back on your haunches anymore. But I will say this. I think the more robust of an account you have, the more likely you are to always have somebody that is strong. So the more time you play the game, the more units you're going to acquire, the more units are going to be good. And so at that point, you can say, like, for instance, everybody that rolled Musashi and then maybe didn't get Ibuki and watched as Ibuki sort of eclipsed Musashi, then right now sort of have the last laugh on JP. Because Musashi got rebuffed and basically put back at the top of the heap, at least damage wise, right? Like, I'm not going to make an argument over like ease of use. I do think someone like Ibuki is easier to use in that regard. But yeah, all of a sudden, boom, there you go. So maybe when they were scrambling thinking they needed to get Ibuki or needed to get, X or Y Berserker, all of a sudden now their Musashi is just strong again. So remember Musashi got buffed? Yes. She got the NP interlude. No, I'm not guessing on that, Jen. She got the NP interlude. And hers is strong. Hers gave her a crap ton of extra damage to sabers as well. So a lot of people have said that they have issue with it because it basically sort of invalidates a lot of the archers. And I'm not going to dispute that one. I do think that's kind of an issue as well. But to be fair, the archers have had this perpetual issue. I still think they need to buff more. Yeah, I'm not going to argue against that. I think they need to buff more. Facing newer shiny DPS just because they do a little bit more damage than older ones. Yes. And that's exactly why you guys hear me trying to counter a lot of the like community perception on like, oh, you have to get this new unit. They do 5% more damage. I don't care. Chat, the example I use on stream with you guys all the time is everybody and their brother telling me that I needed to roll more Mellison. And I go, why? They're like, because Mellison's really strong. And I go, okay. I have a NP5 120 Lartoria. I don't care. And that's the truth of the matter. It definitely helps that I have played JP and I have gone through everything JP has to offer, so I know the extent of where content is headed and what is required. I also know that there were some nodes that I couldn't do very easily. But I found a solution to every one of those nodes. It wasn't impossible. It wasn't, I can't do this. It may have been annoying in some circumstances, but it was not a, man, you know what? I really wish that I had spent hundreds of dollars rolling for this other unit. It was never that. I never thought that. I'm sure some other people have thought that from time to time where they go, hey, man, if I had just acquired this unit. But I think about it more from the monetary side of things, going like, yeah, but is it really worth me spending on that extra unit? Particularly when I go like, man, like, for instance, what if I had acquired more copies of, say, Melisum? That may have just made me go, you know what? I'm not going to roll as much Arcuit. It's like, well, I just enjoy Arcuit more. So at that point, why should I do that, right? Like, I'm just chasing a perpetually revolving door for the sense of, I would rather just have strong units that are units I like and care about and you know, want to use, right? Reason for rolling Meliku Crab. I see. NP5 120 Lartoria works great until you need the 6 CE without starting charge or OC. Okay. Which scenario is that? Can you give me an example? Now, I know it's going to sound like I'm being a snarky little asshole here, right? But which scenario? Lottos or optimal event farming. Okay, so let's examine that. Where would I point out the flaw in your statement? So you said NP5 120 Lartoria works great until you need to 6 CE. When do I ever need to 6 CE? To be fair, I'm being a snarky asshole too. No, I know. Right, but this is I'm trying to get to the heart of this in the sense that, like, it's a good point, right? Think about this. Do you ever need it? Do you ever have to be peak efficiency? Like, is there a benefit to it? Yes. Do I have to? No. No, I can always 5 slot a 90 plus node. Or I can 6 slot a 90 plus. In fact, chat, that's going to be our video tomorrow. There's a reason I got the Doman one done today. We're going to talk about all that. And again, like, it's fine, Lucky. I don't hold anything like that against you. Like, that's the only point I'm trying to make, though, is that, like, obviously we want to be efficient. Obviously we want to be peak efficiency, but it is not the end of the world if we're not. It is not really going to like kill us if we have to step down or we have to, like, use a different unit or something like that. Who do I need to pray to get Castoria? Hi. How are you doing, Ichigaki? My name's Khadroth. I'm not Castoria's keeper. You're right, I literally just fought Gawain and got folded the first time and almost rolled NP2 Musashi, but then I used my brain a bit and beat him with 4-star archers. Yep. It works. But that's one of the big things I have, chat. I have veterancy, I have perspective, and I have logic that I try to use. I'm not going to say I'm like the most logical person ever. I know, right? But like I try to be logical with you guys. So if you're ever feeling like, hey, I don't know if this is a good idea. Like for instance, like right there where you were talking about Dom, like, man, I almost rolled MP2 Musashi. Come ask me. Cad, what do you think? Should I roll MP2 Musashi because I'm struggling against like Gawain? No. It's that simple. No. I'll tell you why too if you want me to explain it. Like I have no problem imparting my wisdom to you guys as best I can. That's what I'm here for. It is what I consider to be my make sure that you guys have fun with this game, play this game, enjoy it, and spend the least amount of money on it. And I do mean that. I try to save you guys money when possible. What Cs do you need for this comp? I have a MLB K-scope. That's really it. I do have a level 100 detective foams on my rider, but you don't have to use Rider Liz. You can use someone like Kentucky, for instance. You can use somebody like Kentucky Berserker. Anyone that essentially can get enough charge, because like I'm also not even using Funny Vampire. This is literally turn one is that over here, these two skills, and this, and turn two is literally Arc's charge. That's it. So it is a five button comp, and it's 5C. It's not 6C. It could be 6C, but. I will never turn to the dark side. MP5 of all Arteries. Oh, Cat of the Lake. What is your wisdom? Yeah. No, in all seriousness, right? Like, I'm a whale. But I'll tell you guys this again. How I got popular in FGO was one, informing the player base of, again, mechanics that they were around, people knew them, but people really had not explained them to people. Two, I was able to walk in both worlds. I was able to tell you guys, because when I first started out my JP account, it was GSSR only. It was functionally free to play, right? So for years, that's how my JP was operated. And it can be done. Absolutely. You do not have to whale to be successful in this game. And that's the big thing I want people to understand in that regard, is that I understand both sides. I understand how to get the max efficiency as a whale. I also understand how to get the max efficiency as a free-to-play. And I'm going to be real with you. Both sides have helped me. Knowing the free-to-play side has saved me money as a whale. Knowing the whale side has made me more efficient as a free-to-play. You max level detective foams? Yeah, I did for purposes like this. If you want a 6 slot. And this, like I said, this isn't a 6 slot, but essentially she has the detective foams because it's all attack scaling. And you'll occasionally see on the final wave, she'll sometimes low roll. To be fair, I could just easily like press a 6 button and make it like 100% where there's no low roll. I thought it was because of all those demon towers you destroyed. Yeah, I mean, in the initial... Yeah, what was it? In the initial Solomon run, I cleared something like 5,000 demon pillars. I'm trying to remember. It's been forever. Which, you guys got to understand, that was like back before we had the like speed up animations and like a bunch of other stuff. So That was a lot of killing for back then. Bullying Barbados, yes. Where was it? I still have the Barbados sound effect somewhere. I know where it is. I know where it is. Chat. A trigger warning. Okay. Okay, you've been warned, everyone. Watch your volume. PTSD, yep. Yep, I still have it. It's still there. Did I just get ear rape? No, Barbados did. Diamond, thank you for the follow, though. Barbados sounds like he's stuck on the John, to be honest. Listen. Nah, I'm not gonna say it. It's very rude and crude. When the Taco Bell hits just right, you guys are begging me to say it. I hate you. What's your priority servant for the summer event? Probably Proto Merlin, just because obviously I'm a huge Saberface fan, so Proto Merlin, aka Lady Avalon, being voiced by Kawasumi is it's a thing. You stop playing Fate Samurai Remnant. When me have time, Fate Samurai Remnant. Merlin is first, right? Yeah, Proto Merlin is the first banner alongside Gareth. Then it's Ibuki and Eris, and then it's Summer Scotty and and Wu. Will you NP5 any summer sermon? Yes. Yes, Proto Merlin. I'll be NP5ing Proto Merlin. No idea where I stand on the other ones right now. Definitely probably depends on how Proto Merlin goes. He's also got MP5 Gareth. Listen, at this point, do I like, am I sure that I will NP5 a 4-star before I NP5 a 5-star? No, I'm not sure. I wish I could be. I wish that were something that were more like, confirmable and verifiable. But it is not something that you can verify. Unfortunately, shit happens. And the gotcha banners do be wildin'. Last summer, I NP5'd Oki to summer before I got NP3 Corday. Yep. Oh, listen, I have had it where I had 10 copies of a 4-star before ever seeing the other unit, right? So it's a thing. It happens. I have no idea why or how. I got Charlie before I saw either Roland or Cream. Yeah. So where it happened to me, chat. So, I told you guys earlier, it's I don't like to roll MP6, but I got MP6 of Bunny because I got NP5 of Bunny before I got NP5 of either of the 4-stars on her banner, one of which was another Saberface. So I said, until I get a 5th copy of one of these, I'm going to keep rolling. And I kept rolling, and I thankfully got the 5th copy of Summer Okita. But not before I got a 6th copy of Bunny. It happens. MP4 and Summer combo before any of the 4-stars. Yep. I don't know why. I don't know how. I just know it do. Buntoria is my very first GSSR. Congratulations. Hope you treat her well. Okay, can you magically make black grails have a rate up during the summer banners? No. It's really funny because back in the day, some of the banners used to depict black grail on it, and people used to think it was a black grail rate up, but black grail has never had a rate up in the entire history of FGO. The closest thing that we can ever say that you get to a rate up is a banner in which there are no rate up craft essences. So when there's no rate up craft essence, it's just general pool only, and that's technically your best odds. Minusculely better, but it's technically your best odds. Farming with Buntoria is fun. I love it. Look, I understand for some people she's probably underwhelming. I do hope that she gets an NP interlude. There's many things that I would fix on Buntoria, particularly the delay effect on her royal jump there. But I will never understand the hate people throw towards certain units. I just don't get it, right? Like, there are units that we can certainly say are not in a good place and are underperforming and are very difficult to use. Like, effectively, right? That still doesn't mean you need to shit on them, right? Like, I see people that go around and they froth at the mouth with how angry they get on like certain particular units. And I'm just like, damn, some of y'all just got no chill. I did see someone say Buntoria was one of the worst servants in the game when they were picking for Destiny Summon. Made me cringe a bit. Yeah, I mean, like I said, if somebody thinks that Buntoria is one of the worst units in the game, they just haven't used her. And they don't know. And they don't care to know. And that's the unfortunate nature of things. Like, I'll just say this. It's not my job to correct their opinion. They're welcome to their opinion. They're also just welcome to be wrong. Like, to me, it's just one of those deals where it's like, all right, fine, have fun being ignorant. I'll just sit here and I'll keep, like, just destroying things with Buntoria. I never see these people. I guess it's a good thing, Lamau. It probably is, Hayes. Like, where I see it usually is in, like, social media and stuff. It's a waifu game, chillax peeps. Exactly. And, like, that's why, like I said, my big thing is I try to teach you guys how to use all the units effectively. Because to someone, it's probably their favorite unit, right? Like, straight up. Like, even with a low star, it may be someone's favorite unit. And I feel like you can complain about the unit. You can say that you want the unit to be better. That's A-okay. But just calling the unit trash, just being dismissive, just saying like, oh, why would anyone use this? Why would anyone go for this? Like, I don't get that. I never understand people like that. It's the people that think that there's only one opinion and it's theirs and that they are correct, right? They cannot tolerate someone else's opinion. Double Buntoria, my GSSR, the Sandy, and she works, but she definitely needs some upgrades. Yeah, she does. And like, look, I wish she were better in that regard. I've said it before that I feel like Amakusa is probably a little bit too strong for what he is, and I feel like just about every other ruler should probably be stronger than him. But I get it. And it's one of those deals where you just got to hope that eventually, like, especially if it's one of your favorites, you just got to hope that eventually they give him a buff, right? Mr. Fox, thank you for the raid. Welcome, everybody. How's it going? We're back. Oh, no, we're under attack. How's it going, everybody? We are just continuing to farm for 120 Castoria. Is the Fox? Yes. What does the Fox say? No, SSRs are bad, but some are definitely worse. Yeah, I'll say this, right? So, for instance, we can look at a unit like Constantine. Constantine absolutely was not in a good place, right? In the sense that was he usable? Yes, he was usable, but he was absolutely somebody that the amount at which he was usable was definitely not worth the cost of rolling him. If you liked him, you could go for him. But if you guys remember when I made the video on him, he's one of the few units that I've ever advised you guys just don't roll. Right? Like, unless you really like him, just don't roll him. He's not worth it. And then they gave him a buff, and now he's a lot better. He's definitely a lot more usable, right? He may not be like somebody that a lot of people still will go after, but he's a lot more usable than he used to be. Did our UDK summons today? Nice. Hopefully you got her. The Fool is Fool and Phoenix and Cooler and Cabeza. Thank you guys for the follows. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to all the new viewers. Results are pretty good. Nice. Constantine, my king. Yeah, exactly. And that's, look, I'll just say this again. Constantine's somebody's favorite, right? So it's like there's no point in shitting on the unit just to shit on the unit. If you're gonna like say, hey, the unit's not good, just try to be respectful with it, right? Or here's a better take. If you don't think a unit's good, try to be like, man, I wish the unit was better, and here's how. That's a much better and more appreciative take. And I wish more people did that instead of like, oh God, so-and-so's trash. I feel like every time I see people say that, I just go like, oh. And I just like, I don't want to interact with them. NP4 Bargu, nice. M4 Kate, MP3 Mellow. Oh God, so okay, so you got it. We were just talking about that, like how like, oh yeah, just because you're rolling for the 5-star doesn't mean you get the 5-star, or doesn't mean you get the 4-star like to NP5 before you get NP5 of the 5-star. So you got a lot of the 5-star basically. Castoria is bad. Here's how we buffer. Yeah, exactly. Most of the time when people call people trash, they never use them. Yeah, and that is the unfortunate nature. Everyone wants to be an FGO expert. Very few people actually are. And I'm dead serious on that, right? Like, you guys know I don't like calling myself one, even though a lot of people hold me up to be. So it's one of those deals where it's like, if I don't like calling myself one and I see other people that think they are and they just don't know what they're talking about, then it makes me go like, yeah, okay. It's really funny, and I've said this before about like multiple topics. The more you learn you don't know, right? So like, the more you realize that there is other information out there that either you can't possibly know or that it's not worth going to the effort of like actually learning. And so it's important to actually like kind of have that humility and have that like respect for each other in that regard. I was really happy for the summons. Hope to get the last copy before she leaves. Good luck. Hopefully you do. I'm definitely not an FGO expert at all. I just like funny characters. Yeah, and that's like, look, I've said this before too. Like, I have no issue with people playing the game the way they want to play. Period. Right? No issue with people using the units they want to play. Period. Like, you guys can do what you want, do it how you want. I can advise you guys on how to play best. But if you don't do it, it's no skin off my back. I'm not going to hold that against you. The only people I don't like are the people that like literally just sit there and they're butts, right? Like, they are needlessly abrasive and like constantly in your face about like how your character's not good, my character better. It's like, or maybe both our characters are good, right? Winnie the Pooh raid? That's actually terrifying. Okay, welcome everybody. Thank you for the raid, Ivy. How's it going? How's it going, Chaldea Gurus? What are you guys doing today? Kingdom Hearts. Okay. I was gonna say, I was like, hold on, why Winnie the Pooh? Winnie the Pooh would be the most OP saber. Oh, see, I thought he would be a berserker. Oh, sweet, we finally hit the experience cap. Ouch. Yeah, there you go. I knew the bad pun would get you all. Ah, yes, the super suck. Give it to me. Know that dad joke? Yep. I'm sorry. So I've had people before ask me to tell dad jokes, and I'm like, I'm sorry, I can't do it. Like, dad jokes are a like lifestyle. They only come out when like, again, there's a proper setup for it. I can't just manufacture one. You have to give me the right scenario, and then I can tell you a dad joke. Dad jokes have to come naturally, exactly, and they have to be cringe. That's the only way they work. But again, thank you guys for the raid. I hope you guys had a good one. Hope you guys got progress done. And again, let me know when you guys are ready to play some Dark Souls. Since I know this is preparation. Oh, I did just get a proc there probably, but well, whatever. All right, so chat, we only have 2 more grails, so I'm only able to go to 116 on Castoria, but we do look like we're in progress and on pace to hit it. Hope you're having a wonderful stream too. I am. We were doing very good. We managed to go over the last of the summer units, and then I hadn't gone over Doman apparently in like all my videos, so I was like, well, I guess we can cover Doman. Dark Souls coach? No. No, I'm gonna be honest with you. I enjoy watching people play the Souls games because I enjoy watching them suffer and die. That sounds awful, right? But you'll understand when you start playing them. You'll understand. It becomes a like, I'm not that bad. Everyone is. Everyone's bad. We all die to it. So it feels good watching other people suffer in the same way that you did. I have no more Castoria coins, so I'm done. Oof. That's how my JP is, Kimba. I can't finish my JP one because I don't have more coins for. I probably need to at some point buck up and try to roll an extra copy. Because that should be enough to let me finish at that point. I think, ironically enough, I think my Castoria is trapped at 112 on JP. Oh no, yeah, and that, if that's the case, then I have to roll 2 more copies. Yuck. I'm gonna be doing my first ever Elden Ring in a couple weeks. Nice. Yeah, so I'll say this. I've seen people debate this, but I feel like Elden Ring is the easiest of the Souls games. Certainly not the DLC, right? But like, the base game is and can be, from the stance that like it is easiest to avoid problematic fights. You have enough of the world available to you to be able to like go and say like, hey, okay, I get stuck on this fight. I can go and explore the rest of the open world. I can level up. I can get more items. I can try to work on my spec, and then I can come back stronger and fight it again. Whereas in normal Dark Souls, because it was very Metroidvania, you could do that some, but you were very much like stuck. And so it's like you can either go down path A or path B, and if you get stuck on both bosses, you ain't going anywhere. So like that was usually a huge issue. Whereas in Elden Ring, you have a lot more options. It's the easiest game to not get roadblocked. Yeah, exactly. So it's like you can go find additional items to help you. You can go get additional things to make you stronger. See, the problem with me is that if a boss kills me 3 times, it becomes personal. I won't stop until I beat them. Let me know when you're going to stream that, Fox. Let me know. I'll enjoy watching. Listen, I'm someone that's incredibly stubborn. Okay, when I played Dark Souls 3, it's really funny because I beat Dark Souls 3 the first time, and then I didn't play for like 2 years or something like that, and I came back 2 years later, and I remember on that rerun, I got to Pontiff. I must have died like 150 times to Pontiff. I kept going over and over and over again. until I beat his ass. And I mauled it for so long. So I get it. Trust me. Like, but there is a point, and I'll say this especially for Elden Ring, where you just need to realize, hey, well, I could do this. Well, I could get it if I'm perfect. It's probably just better if I go and level up a couple times and come back, and then I don't have to be perfect. I was playing Bloodborne. I got microlash and spent like actual hours trying to beat him without taking a break. Oh yeah, yeah. Same reason I love watching Cad struggling against some of the bosses in Monster Hunter. Ah. To be fair, there are certain things I really like about Monster Hunter. There are certain things I don't like. I am really hoping that Wilds makes it better for the next one. Like, and not like, oh, it makes the game easier. No, like, I just hope Wilds gives us like some of the quality of life. Like, please, dear Lord, let me glam my character before I'd beaten the entire game. Oh my God, I just that's one of like, let me unlock the glamour when I unlock the set. That's all I ask, please. That's kind of like that with the pull-up competition 7 remake against Jules. I refused to take a break until I finished it. It happens. And like, it's a challenge to be overcome, and it's a thing. Same, yes. Okay, glad to know I'm not the only one that feels that way. Speedrun Elden Ring in 2 hours, not even a speedrunner, just a Souls nerd. Yeah, Elden Ring is very much the case, too, of like, if you know the exact positions of the items you need, it really actually doesn't take you that long. Like, I'm dead serious, chat. I think I did the entire prep and run up to and killing of Moog for my archer only run in like a weekend. It did not take me that long. So, and I was not like, oh man, I was not like precise with any of it, right? Like I wasn't like following a guide to a T or anything like that. No, you gotta work for it. I don't mind like beating the game. I don't mind like having to work to farm and stuff like that. I would rather they do that, but dear God, let me unlock it. Like, let me have the option. This, I'm a hold it hostage until the end of the fucking game is stupid. Because by the time I unlock it, I've beaten the game and I don't want to keep doing shit. Let me enjoy the game. Stupid Dance Center and Honeybee Inn. Yeah. Yeah, I need to get back to playing 7R. That's one of the ones that like came out earlier in the year, and it was very frustrating time for me with tax season and stuff, so I just dropped it so I wouldn't get stressed. But I definitely want to like get back to that at some point. What did you think of Devil Joe from Monster Hunter? What, Pickle? I thought the angry pickle was definitely a thing. He was actually pretty cool. I like some of the monsters I really like. Some of them are really interesting. So I'll be curious to see how many of them make it into Wilds, how big they make Wilds, and all of that. I really want to know more about that game, and hopefully I'm impressed with what they try to show. So chat, it is past my bedtime, so we're gonna go ahead and find somebody to love again. Let me see who all is on. Hmm. Hold on, chat. Just give me a second here. Gad's out scouring. I am. I'm not really seeing anyone chat, so we'll go ahead and end it. I will be back tomorrow. We will be again, like I said, probably talking 90 plus versus 90 plus plus. So I hope to see you guys there for that. And obviously, we've got the live stream Wednesday. We've got NP5 rolls Thursday. So again, hope to see you guys for all of this stuff. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you guys for all the support. I will see you guys for the next one. Have a good one.